I think the family were pretty fun, honestly, and it's a real shame to see that we're not going to keep going with the family. We're actually going to split them apart. Maybe they just feel like they've done everything they could do with the family. But, yeah, we've got a triple threat tonight. The other thing as well is I don't even know if the Heritage has been sort of thrown away, because it might have been. I really don't know where we are in regards to the Heritage Cup, because people were pointing out that just before Great American Bash, the Heritage Cup was yeeted into a river, and so it might be a case that we do not have a Heritage Cup around anymore. So I don't know if the Heritage Cup is on the line tonight. It was meant to be, but there may not be a Heritage Cup anymore. So that's going to be an interesting one. And of course, as well as that, we got Trick Williams. He is teaming with Joe Hendry and Mike Santana as they take on Dark State. As well as that, we also have Carmen Petrovich taking on Callie Armstrong. Now, I think this might be Callie Armstrong's NXT debut match. She might have popped up in a Battle Royal or something, but I don't know that she's wrestled a singles match on NXT before. If you watch Evolve with us, you will obviously have seen a lot of Callie Armstrong. She's a big player on that promotion. Well, she gets her opportunity tonight on NXT against Carmen Petrovich. And, yeah, should be good. I mean, I could understand people that don't watch Evolve not being too bothered by that match. But I think the fact she is the Evolve Women's Champion sort of gives that match a little bit of interest, because even if you don't watch Evolve, you're probably going to be interested in, okay, so this is meant to be the best girl of the next level down. Let's have a look at her. Let's see what she can do. And she's good. She's good. She's not mind-blowing, but she's certainly someone that, you know, you could see hanging and being, you know, around the NXT women's division. So we're going to be seeing her in action as well. Now, to my knowledge, that is everything that has been previewed. I don't know if there is an actual preview on WWE. I will just have a quick look to make sure. No, I didn't think there was, because I did check just before I did the member stream, and there wasn't one, and there still isn't, unfortunately. So no preview, but I am aware of those 3 matches. Right, let's get into the chat and see where people are. Big thank you to everyone that just joined us on the member stream. I hope you enjoyed that. We had a fun little quiz that we did. We just sorted out a bit of admin kind of game thing that we needed to do. We did that as well. We just had a little chat as well, kind of chucking around a few thoughts, theories, questions. Kind of got stuck into that as well. So hence why I was a little bit late for this. Apologies for that. I was doing that member stream. Asib said, Daze, LA Knight doesn't, let's say he doesn't make the 2-night SummerSlam. Would you worry for his future? If you're meant to be a big deal and you can't get onto SummerSlam, then they don't believe in you, said Asib. I don't worry for his future, because I don't think that he is meant to be a big deal. LA Knight, when he was brought in, my understanding was that he was brought in for his experience. He was brought in because he can talk. He's really versatile. You know, I think he's someone that is, I don't think, on the highest of wages. You know, I don't think they're giving him millions and millions of dollars. So, you know, I think that, you know, he's getting a good wage. I don't think there'll be many complaints. Of course, he would want more. Everyone would want more. But no, I don't think they've ever looked at him as being a world champion in their company. I don't think they've ever looked at him as being someone that's going to be at the top of the card, used on all these pay-per-views. I mean, don't forget, when he first came up, he was Max Dupree, and he was like a manager. And I'm sure that would have just been a short-term thing. I'm sure it would have been a case that he would have transitioned to being a wrestler kind of after that. But equally, they may have run with that for a while first. I mean, if Vince had stayed around, because I think that only changed when Vince left. You know, Maximum Male Models was one of Vince's final creations. And, he was caught up in that. So I think it's a bit of a misconception to think that WWE have viewed LA Knight as a top star throughout his kind of time there. They haven't. They viewed him as a good hand, steady hand, a solid, experienced name to add to the roster. You need a mid-card feud, LA Knight. You need someone for a tag partner, LA Knight. You need an opponent for Bray Wyatt, LA Knight. You need, what do you need? You need someone in a battle royal. You need someone to go up against a celebrity. Like, LA Knight has been there, done it, got the t-shirt, got experience. But I really don't think they saw him getting over the way that he did. I mean, I think what you saw was them being a little bit slow to react to that, because when, he really started to get attention pre-WrestleMania, what was that, 2023? Was it 2023, I think? Just before that, WrestleMania maybe 38. Just before that, he was starting to get a bit of momentum. And then, people were disappointed he wasn't at that WrestleMania. And that noise just kept getting louder and louder and louder. And, people were quite critical at how long it took WWE to, capitalize on that. And honestly, I think 2020, end of 2023, 2024, I think that he has been used more than they probably anticipated, maybe pushed further than they anticipated. And I honestly think now we're at a point with LA Knight where they are giving him opportunity I don't think they were expecting to give him. And they are putting him in matches where I don't think they were massively expecting to put him. But, they're kind of trying to balance using him with still promoting the people they want to promote. So, for example, he makes it into the Battle Royal, but, he comes out at number 2 and understandably struggles in that gauntlet match, right? If he'd have come out at 5, he could have done it. So they're sort of protecting him in that sense, if he'd just got, number 5, the same as CM Punk, he could have won that. So he's being used, but you can understand why he didn't end up winning that. And I didn't think he would win that. I was quite confident Punk was going to win it and we were going to get Gunther versus CM Punk, because I think, to be honest with you, I think the numbers probably suggest that Punk, Roman, Seth, those guys, the guys they want to push, the guys the machine is really behind, I bet their numbers are better than LA Knight's. But LA Knight has probably got numbers better than what they were expecting. So if he doesn't make SummerSlam, no, it doesn't worry me. I'm not sure kind of what they do with him in regards to a top title. I think if the support that he enjoys continues, I could see him get in a World Heavyweight title run just to see how it looks, But I think it's going to have to be when the time is right. Because I think for a 2-night SummerSlam, I think, there's no way he's going to get a chance at the WWE title. I mean, there is no point him being on the same brand as the WWE Championship. If LA Knight is on the same brand as the WWE Championship, forget it. Because that is the top title that Roman has and Cena has and the face of the company has, and LA Knight ain't that. So he needs to get onto the same brand as the World Heavyweight Championship. He needs to get to that brand, because if he's winning any top title, it's that title. It's the title they took a chance on with Damian Priest. Yeah, it's the title they took a chance on with Jey Uso. So if they're going to take a chance on LA Knight in the main event scene, it's surely going to be the World Heavyweight Championship. So honestly, if I'm LA Knight, when it comes to this draft, I want to get as far away from the WWE Championship as possible. I don't want to be anywhere near that. Because if you put me on the same brand as that, you're basically telling me for the next 12 months, I'm not going to be a world champion. That's basically what you're telling me. So I want to get onto Raw. I want to get onto the, as long as that's where the World Heavyweight Championship stays, I want to get onto that show. Because at least then I feel like I've got a chance. There's a sniff. There's an opportunity that I might be able to get my hands on that World Heavyweight Championship. So I don't know. It's a deeper conversation about, would you worry about him I wouldn't worry about him being on the roster. I don't think he's on the verge of being cut or anything like that. No way. I think he enjoys too much support. But I think it's interesting when you talk about him as a top talent, a top star, that I don't think they've ever envisaged that for him. And really, the kind of amount of exposure he's had, the amount of push that he's had, the mid-card title reigns that he's had, I think a lot of that is largely down to the fan support he has been able to generate. And now it's just a case of, where does it go from here? You know? As new people come along, does that support for LA Knight diminish? Does it stay the same? Does he find a way of growing it? Should LA Knight be doing more on social media? I mean, I feel like Carrion's support is coming from the promo he did, that interview he did where he just went off at WrestleMania, or some of the really good promos that he puts out and little clips that he puts out on social media. Like, Carrion certainly has not got over because of the TV time. It's actually lack of TV time that has got Carrion over. So I feel like with LA Knight, you know, should he actually be doing more online and actually trying to do fun stuff there to try and, you know, continue to build his brand? Probably. But yeah, no, an interesting one. I like the question, Hasib. It really kind of, I suppose, makes you question, how do you view LA Knight yourself? Do you see him as a top talent, or do you see him as a mid-carder? And I certainly don't see him being in any trouble or being on the verge of getting cut or anything like that. No. I think he's too popular. Seb said, if Seth's not making SummerSlam, would you rather LA Knight won the gauntlet and then we get Roman Punk? If Seth is not making SummerSlam, would you rather LA Knight won the gauntlet and then we do Roman Punk? I'm not a massive LA Knight fan. I think LA Knight is fine. I think he's okay. I never really understood all the hype around him. I don't feel like his matches are that amazing. I think that he's quite charismatic. I think he has some nice lines in his promos. But I don't find that even every promo I come away, you know, he opened up the show the other week and there wasn't really much of a takeaway from it. There wasn't really much that kind of grabbed my attention, blew my mind. I think he's fine. I actually feel very similar about him. I think WWE do. Like, yeah, bring him in. Great talent. He can talk. He can have some fun. Put him in a feud with The Miz. You know, something like that. You could have some real fun. Like, put him into something along those lines. You know, have him be an opponent for a mid-card title, trying to win a mid-card title, all that sort of stuff. But being like a world champion, going after Gunther, trying to beat Gunther, I'd probably do it and have Gunther win, to be honest. I don't really get excited about an LA Knight World Heavyweight Championship run. It just doesn't float my boat personally. So I don't know. I think if we was not going to do Gunther versus CM Punk, I think I'd probably want to find someone other than LA Knight to be in that position. But, you know, I mean, obviously I'd be campaigning for Sammy. But, you know, if LA Knight got in that position, the way I feel about him is, fine, okay. I'm not down on it. I'd watch it, you know. I don't have any ill will towards LA Knight. I don't have any bad feelings towards LA Knight. I just feel very sort of indifferent to LA Knight. I don't have any strong emotion about LA Knight. LA Knight comes out, it's like, yeah. And that's it, really. I mean, I just don't really have any connection with him, so not bothered, honestly. I don't know if that's a depressing answer, but I'm just not bothered. I think CM Punk Gunther I'm really excited for. That's definitely the match to make for me. So CM Punk Gunther, sign me up. Oh, it's a match I want to see. It's a bit of a dream match situation. Who knew we would get that when we were watching Gunther down in developmental, that we would one day get to see on a stage as big as SummerSlam, Gunther versus CM Punk. In fact, actually, I remember when he was Volta and he main evented at Wembley against Tyler Bates. And I was in the crowd for the NXT UK tournament in Blackpool. And I believe that match was coming up a few weeks after, because there was chat around about that match. People were talking about, oh, I'm going to Progress. I can't wait to see him, Tyler Bate. They're going to rip it up, man. And, like, he hadn't come into WWE at that point, but a lot of people were hoping he would find his way, because it was clear that WWE were kind of picking up all the big talent in Europe, and there was no bigger talent at that point than Volta. So there was a lot of hope he would find his way in. Tyler Bate was already in WWE. It was a big main event show by Progress at Wembley Arena, and there was just a real buzz around about that match. It's weird to think that here we are now, and that guy not only got into WWE, but made it all the way to the top to be World Heavyweight Champion. He's going to now face CM Punk at SummerSlam. He's like, what a ride, man. I bet Gunther has to, like, pinch himself, because he probably just can't believe how his career has gone. Like, it's just been a rocket, hasn't it? I mean, Triple H loves him, doesn't he? It's clear that Triple H loves him. Triple H looks at Gunther and he's just like, that's my guy, man. He loves him. I would not be shocked if Gunther goes on to be WWE champion within the next 18 months. I think he could drop the World Heavyweight title and win the WWE Championship. I would not be shocked to see Gunther night 2 of WrestleMania, you know? Cody versus Gunther is a match that I think we could see. But the only thing is, we've just got to keep building Gunther, because has he massively connected with casual fans? You know? Don't know. But he is on upwards trajectory. So this is where putting him with CM Punk massively helps, because we're trying to build him. I think we're trying to build Gunther. I think we do have plans to get him to that WWE Championship. So no, I really like the CM Punk match, and I think with Roman, Roman Punk is a match we need. So I would not have been down on that. But there's so many people you can have Roman go up against, because Roman is Roman, and, like, you know, people are going to watch his match because it's the Roman match. So I'm not too worried about who he ends up facing. Although I'm not crazy about Roman and Jay versus Braun and Bronson. There are people thinking that might be the direction that we go. Not crazy about that, personally. I think when it comes to these big shows, you don't want to put, like, your biggest single star, the single biggest singles wrestler in the world. There's probably no bigger, more marketable wrestler active than Roman Reigns, obviously with the exception of The Rock or Legends, whatever, that pop back. But Roman Reigns has got to be up there. That I don't want to see him in a nonsense tag match. I don't want to see him with Jay taking on Braun and Bronson. Again, if someone wins, who cares? It doesn't change anything. So definitely would want to see him getting into, like, a singles match, you know. Ideally, something with a stipulation as well. Ideally, something that matters and means something. I don't know what you do with him, to be honest. I don't know if you do a loser leaves WWE thing, because we've heard he is actually going away from WWE for a bit after SummerSlam. But so I don't know. Like, he ain't back for long, because I think he's off doing films, isn't he? So don't know. We'll have to see what they're cooking up. I mean, I think it would have been him and Seth. So obviously we're going into uncharted waters now. Steve said, LA Knight is way more over than Damian, and they tried to push Damian, and he's still not where they would like. LA Knight is getting over, and it happened organically, so why not try a title run? Well, they could. It would be a World Heavyweight Championship one, if it was. It would be that than a WWE one. I think part of it is that they wondered how long this thing would keep going for. So, you know, I think they've done the right thing. I think that they have tried him in the mid-card and seen how people feel, and, you know, giving it a bit of time to make sure it's not just a bubble that has burst, and it's clear that there's a longevity to it. It's being used a lot more than I think they anticipated they would be using him. But the problem he's got is that he's going to keep butting up against those big names, isn't it? The problem he's got is it's all well and good that they're using him more than I think they expected to, but he's going to keep butting up against a CM Punk, a Seth Rollins, a Roman Reigns, a Cody Rhodes, a John Cena, a Gunther. You know, he's gonna have to find a way of kind of getting into that conversation. And I would say that's going to be the hardest step. That's going to be the hardest part. The hardest part is going to be that next step. You know, that's the step that Sammy is struggling with. Sammy is struggling to take that step. You know, Sammy has done everything that you can do at the mid-cards. He's been tag champion. He's been intercontinental champion. You know, I mean, he's ticked all those boxes. He's been involved in the bloodline and all of that. I mean, really, the only thing left for Sammy to do is to take that next step and start getting in amongst those kinds of names. Your Seths, your Punks. You know, I think Gunther is the closest to punching through that. I mean, Gunther as a world champion, you could argue, has punched through that. But as I said, I still feel there's work that needs to be done to get Gunther to WrestleMania Night 2. There's still more work that needs to be done there. But yeah, that's the same battle LA Knight is currently battling with, trying to punch into that group. And I think it's going to be hard. It's a really difficult step to take. Calvin said, I'm really starting to get angry with how Theory is being treated. He's on main event losing to El Grande. What is Triple H's issue with him? Well, honestly, I don't think these things are necessarily personal. I mean, I think that Theory is, you know, a young man who has got a lot of promise. I think he has probably had opportunity and he has not come through with that. You know, they had him do a WrestleMania match with Cena. They had him do like promos before. I mean, do you remember Cena as a face cut in a promo on Theory where he was like, your problem is, you know, I can't remember what he said, something like, you just don't believe what you're saying or something like this, you're fake, you're phony. Like, he ripped him apart. And Theory had no comeback, and it was such a weird segment. Part of it, and this is just me spitballing, but part of it felt like there might be some truth to actually what Cena is saying. Like, you're fake, you're phony, you're acting like something that you're not. Like, I wonder if there's a little frustration with Theory that he's not sort of found his character. He's not sort of found how to present himself. That, you know, he's, you know, not stepping out of a comfort zone or something along these lines. I mean, I would like to think they grab him and have meetings with him and work with him, but I don't know. What if he's someone that you know, talk to and, you know, try to encourage to grow, develop, and, you know, think about their character, and then he comes back in next week and there's been no progress, you know? What if it's like a kid at school that just doesn't do the homework? I don't know. I mean, with Theory, I feel like he's been given opportunity, and I feel like for one reason or another, mainly creative, but I think he has to take some responsibility himself because, you know, he's the one that's speaking into the microphone. He's the one that's putting on the matches. I mean, I don't think his matches on the main roster have killed it. I don't think his promos on the main roster have killed it. And he's just sort of found himself falling through the cracks. If you give someone opportunity and they don't keep killing it, they don't like smash it, they don't, you know, it's one thing to be given the spotlight, but you got to take that spotlight. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't just wait your turn, and then when it's your turn, the spotlight comes on you and you just, you know, do your thing and that's it. Like, there's got to be a degree of hunger. There's got to be a degree of, I'm taking what's mine. There's got to be a degree of fight. There's got to be a degree of, this is what I've worked my whole life towards. And maybe it's just me as an outsider looking in, but I don't see that fight from Austin Theory. I don't see that hunger, that desire. It does not come across on TV. It does not come across on his social media game. And I think there has to be a degree of ownership from Austin Theory. I think he has to you know, take some responsibility because I do think he was used quite a lot the other year. But to be honest, counter to that, was he ready for that? You know, did they move him up too soon? Is it a case that he was not ready for the main roster? He had not worked out his character. He should still be in NXT. Probably. Probably the truth is they moved too quick with him and he was not ready for this stage. And the problem you've got is that if you get given opportunity and you don't take it, you don't demand it, you don't snatch it, you don't maximize it, well, guess what? There's another 50 odd people that are waiting, and you're going to have to wait a while for that opportunity to come round to you. So I think it's one thing to be like, oh, Triple H, what's he doing? He's messing around with him. But I think it's more complex than that. I think there's a lot more to it than that. I don't think that you've got this amazing talent that's sat there that Triple H is just ignoring. I mean, Triple H wants to put on the best product possible, right? First and foremost, he wants the best, most engaging possible. And the truth is, if he thought that Theory would help him with that, he would use him. Of course he would. Of course, he brought back CM Punk, someone that has kind of gone off on WWE, gone off on Triple H. Their relationship, a very toxic relationship. You know, they've had to do a few conversations where it's like, listen, I'm a different person. I've changed a lot over these years. I've grown a lot over these years. I would hope you have as well. And if you haven't, Punk, I would suggest you've probably wasted a number of years there with not changing and not growing. And so hopefully we're in a very different place. And these are the kind of conversations Triple H has had to have with CM Punk. And we've heard about this from press conferences and shoot interviews, that these conversations, Punk's also confirmed that they happened. And he's done that and had to do that because is CM Punk going to add to the WWE product? Of course he is. Of course he is. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if Triple H likes you or doesn't like you. If he thinks he's going to make the product better, he's gonna reach out. He's going to try and find a way forwards. And so this is why I can't find myself just putting all the blame on Triple H when it comes to Theory, because at the end of the day, if Theory would make this show better, make this product better, I think Triple H would use him. I think Triple H would use him. I think Triple H would do more with him. So I think he's been caught in a crack where we've not been able to get back and give him more opportunity because others have took it. And I think that we will get back to him. I just hope that when we do get back to Theory, when it is Theory's time to step up, I hope he kills it. There can't be any excuses now. His matches have got to leave you wanting more. His promos have got to leave an impression. Yeah, his character has got to drastically change. Whatever creative they've got for him now, he's got to put everything into it. Everything into it. If he can walk away genuinely and say, I did everything I could, there is nothing more I could have done, and he can look himself in the mirror and say that's all you can do. I would be very interested, though, to know if that is the answer. I think, again, if Chris Van Vliet was going to sit down with Austin Theory right now, and he was going to say to Theory, you know, over the past couple of years, or over the past 12 months, you've actually wrestled on TV 12 times, right? You've made no premium live events. I can't imagine that you are in the place that you would want to be right now, right? I'd imagine you'd want to be on TV more, involved in storylines more, all this sort of stuff. The question I've got for you is, if for some reason this ended now, and obviously, hopefully it doesn't, but if it did, do you feel you could look in the mirror and say that you gave everything and did everything you could? Do you think you could do that? And I would be so interested to know what his answer would be. Because he might turn around and go, honestly, yes, I think I've done absolutely everything I can. And he might detail a load of things that he's done. I'm not backstage, I have no idea. But just, I look at people's social media game. I always think, and it's probably not a good thing to think, but I always think, if I was in WWE, and I'm sure if you was in WWE, you'd do everything you could, wouldn't you, to get on TV? You'd do everything you could to be used. You'd do everything you could to, make your dream come true. You've got all that way to the main roster. I mean, you would leave no stone unturned, surely. Yeah? You'd do everything you could. I'm sure we would all agree. And is part of that not social media? Is part of that not maximizing the power of the internet and of social media? I see Carrion doing it. I see Chelsea doing it. I see Drew McIntyre doing it. I see them utilizing the power of social media and the IWC and all of that. But I don't see, I see Naomi doing it right now as well. Naomi is just spewing stuff out all the time on social media. And, we cover it in Unseen as a result. But I don't see loads from Theory. What he's doing now is he's doing these kind of motivational speeches, which are like, believe in yourself and things like that. I don't know if that's a glimpse as to where his character is going. But I am pleased to see that he is actually putting a few things on social media now. I am pleased to see that he's putting out these motivational sort of workouts, get down to the gym. He's kind of telling you to work out, don't waste the day. That's what Theory's doing right now. He's kind of putting out these little social media things, which is, okay, yeah, we're doing something. I don't know if you're going to build your character around that, but we're doing something. So I don't want to paint a wrong picture of Theory. I don't know what he's like backstage. But what I do know is if Triple H massively believed in him, he would be using him. If he believed that Theory was going to kill the opportunities he would be given, I'm sure he'd give him opportunities. There has to be a reason as to why that's not the direction that we've gone. And I do think sometimes the wrestlers have to take some responsibility themselves. I think it can be a bit too easy sometimes to just keep blaming creative. But certainly creative have not helped him. I just hope when it comes around to him again, it'll be better in the future and he'll kill it. Abdullah said 7 matches announced for SummerSlam. It looks really good. I'm sure that you like it so far, but as Gunther faces Punk, do we think Gunther loses to Punk or retains? What's the prediction? I personally would have Gunther retain. As I just said, I think for me right now, I am looking at John Cena retiring. I am looking at Seth getting injured. I am looking at Roman working a reduced schedule. I am looking at Cody telling me he is going to retire in a few years. I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, whatever. But, it's coming, right? Cody said he would be done at the age of 40. He turned 40 the other week. He's extended that now because obviously his career is going as good as you could hope for. And so I think he's going 43, 45, something like that. But he's going to be done. He's got a hard out. Cody is not a 50-year-old wrestler. He knows that what he wants to do. He wants to have his career, make his money, get out, right? And he's always said 40. He would be done by 40. We're finally there and he's pushing it back. Whether he pushes it back further, I'm not sure. But we do not have years and years and years and years and years and years and years of Cody, right? So Roman, issue. Seth, issue. Cody, issue. Cena, retiring. Punk, old, right? We've got a problem. We need to build new stars that are going to be around for a while, right? We need to build stars that are going to be, in 10 years, 15 years kind of a situation. So, I think there is an effort with Bron Breakker, of course. There is an effort with, Big Bronson Reed, but I don't know that he's 10 years, 15 years. Gunther, don't know, 10 years maybe. But, we're clearly trying to build Gunther. We're clearly trying to build him, and he can be built further. And I think we need to get him to WWE Championship status. That WWE Championship, it feels a little bit of a jump to me from the World Heavyweight Championship. It really feels like a jump. Damian got to World Heavyweight Champion. And rather than kicking on to WWE Champion, he seems to have fallen. He seems to have dropped off. But Gunther's, had the World Heavyweight Championship, lost it, got it back. And so, do we keep building him? And building him so that we can get him to that WWE platform? It's going to be interesting to see, how do we get him there? The people that are sniffing around that WWE Championship are actual bona fide legends. It's your Roman Reigns', it's your Cody Rhodes's, your John Cena's, your Randy Orton's, your CM Punk's. I mean, these are the names sniffing around that top title. They are bona fide legends. Before that, Roman. Before that, I think, was it Brock Lesnar, wasn't it? It was Brock that had it before. So, I mean, this is the caliber of name that is around that WWE Championship. We need to get Gunther to that level. So, honestly, I'd have Gunther win. I would have CM Punk and Gunther ideally putting on an absolute banger. A match that really, like, we talk about. A match like, oh my God, that match. He just brutalized CM Punk. Absolutely brutal. Like, Punk's chest needs to be red, raw. I would have blood. I would give it the time it needs. Obviously all the ringside furnishings are going to get destroyed. I mean, flipping commentators down, prime hydration station down, barricades down, brutal. Punk needing to be flipping helped out the ring. Even Gunther battered with just how much of a war. I mean, war is the word I would use for that match. War. Imagine Gunther going off on someone, really laying into some, and they just keep coming back. I mean, think him, Elia. Think him, Elia, and what can Punk deliver some on that level? It's something really special. Something that's, really sticks in the memory. That's what I'd be hoping for with Gunther coming through and winning. Punk will get a world title, but I think it's more important we build Gunther. That's just my take, because in my mind, I'm like, let's get him to that WWE Championship. Let's get him into that conversation. And I don't know that him losing the title to Jay, winning it back, carrying it for a few weeks, losing it to Punk, I don't know that that's building Gunther much. I don't know that that's really helping Gunther that much. I think I would just keep running with him being World Heavyweight Champion, probably straight through to WrestleMania. I'd keep going to WrestleMania and maybe have him drop it at WrestleMania. Maybe he loses it at WrestleMania to Sami. And maybe that's when he drops it. But he will have had a good 6, 7, 8 month run by that point. And listen, he can have a match with LA Knight on one of the B shows. I wouldn't have LA Knight win, but you could build it and, make it seem like LA Knight might get it. Punk at SummerSlam as well, of course. There's going to be other challengers that can step up. If Finn Balor goes face, I think a face Finn Balor against a heel Gunther would be a banging match as well. You could absolutely do that. But yeah, ultimately, I'm a Sami stan, so of course I'm going to say Sami at WrestleMania. But I think with Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia, Sami feels like, one of the favorites because of it being in Saudi. And so as a result, if Sami is to win the Royal Rumble, then who would you have him go up against? I mean, for me personally, Gunther as World Heavyweight Champion is what I would do. Sami versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania is the match I would do. So I think why keep flip-flopping the title around? Just keep it on him, have him get past Punk, continue to build him, hopefully get him closer to the WWE Championship and grow from there. Tony said 50-50, but when given time to jelly roll, Goldberg, Austin, and anyone that needs to improve themselves, not just moves, Austin did it. Rock, Cena, next level up, says Tony. I don't quite understand that comment. 50-50, but when given time to jelly roll Goldberg, Austin, and anyone that needs to improve themselves, not just moves, Austin did it. Rock, Cena, next level up. Are you talking Stone Cold Steve Austin there? I mean, look, I agree. This is the frustration with celebrities. I'm not going to talk about it because I've spoke about it enough. But when you've got Carrion sitting on the sidelines, Austin Theory waiting for his next opportunity, Grayson Waller kicking around backstage, hanging with the New Day, right? I mean, you could even say the New Day. You could even say the Raw Tag Division, yeah, which is nowhere near being utilized the same level as the SmackDown Tag Division. When you've got these people kicking around, not getting opportunity, but instead, here's Jelly Roll, you know? Here's Logan Paul, right? Who doesn't rock up every show, you know? He's meant to be like this full-time wrestler, but he doesn't show up week in, week out. He still works a reduced schedule, showing up when it's closer to the bigger shows. So, you know, you've got Logan, you got Jelly Roll, you got flipping... they're trying to get that Travis Scott match done, aren't they? I mean, we were always expecting Travis to team with Cena. And so, you know, that was a match that we were expecting to have, and we've sort of dodged that. I think they ended up doing probably Logan as the replacement instead. So it was Logan and Cena. But I think originally the plan was probably Travis and Cena. But I read earlier Travis is taking a little bit of time to pick it up. Apparently he's not getting it that quickly, which, as I said on social media, is actually quite refreshing, because I'm really sick of hearing about how every celebrity is the biggest WWE fan. Oh my God, they love WWE. You won't find a bigger fan than Jelly Roll. He's the biggest fan ever. He's like fan of the year. He's basically what Green Shirt Guy wants to be. He's just the biggest fan. And, oh, a natural. I've never seen anyone pick up wrestling as quick as Jelly Roll. He's just he's just the greatest in the world. Honestly. Ric Flair called me up the other day and went, I don't get it. I don't understand. It took me like 6 months to learn how to wrestle. Jelly Roll did it in a lesson. One lesson he learned how to be a wrestler. He's that good. He's so much of a natural. He's such a big fan. Shut up. Shut up. God damn, WWE trying to shove these celebrities down our throats, telling us how amazing they are. Shut up. Honestly, so annoying. That was Triple H, that was. After the flipping, I think, was it Saturday Night's Main Event, doing the press conference, or after Evolution, doing the press conference, talking about how big of a fan he's... Do you know what he's done? He's basically living at the Performance Center. Apparently, he said to them, I'll base myself... this is his words. I'll base myself in between my tour at the Performance Center. Apparently, he was training even before they told him he was going to have a match. He just wanted to show them what he could do. I'm such a big fan, Jelly Roll. He is such a big fan. Meanwhile, you've got Austin Theory sat there like... Yeah, wrestling's broke, by the way, in case you didn't know. Wrestling's broke. We've broke wrestling. Jordan, Callum, Travis, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. And Matthew, do you have a surname, Matthew? Do you? You do. It's Bailey. Matthew Bailey said, what next for Ober Femi? Yeah, let's wrestle it back to NXT for a second. What next for Ober Femi? It's a good question. Is there someone that's like Jasper Troy is around, but he's sort of moved on to Javon, hasn't he? I was trying to think if there was someone that was sort of sniffing around. I think it's Briggs, isn't it? In my mind, I'm like, there is something. There is, and I think it's Briggs. Because Inamura obviously tried to win, but wanted to do it with honor. And just like his hero, Jelly Roll. And but Briggs was like, no, use this, cheat. And Inamura apologized to Ober. Briggs got in his face. I wouldn't be shocked to see Ober wanting to, take Briggs down a peg or two. So I think Briggs, it feels like there's something going on there with Briggs, Inamura, and Ober. I don't think we've moved past that yet. So hopefully we get a bit more of an update tonight. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you, bud. Said happy 9 months. Happy to be part of the community. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Yeah, I hope you're well. George said, don't forget, we'll probably also get Cardi at SummerSlam. Yeah, I know, man. I like Cardi. But I will also be the first, as everyone knows, to say that I have no desire to see her wrestle. 0. I have no desire to see her wrestle. I don't mind her, though, because I think the thing with her is that she's unpredictable. You know that she strays away from PG. I feel like she's going to provide some talking points, some moments. Some celebrities, when they come in, they're obviously going to play it safe. They want to be respectful, all that sort of stuff. You ain't getting that out of her. She is going to come in and she is going to be crude and inappropriate, and it's going to be pretty memorable. And I'm quite looking forward to seeing her segments, to be honest. I'm quite looking forward to seeing... I think what I like about it is that I know that Triple H is worried. I know he's worried, because if I was Triple H, I would be worried. WWE is a family-friendly PG product, and you've gone and got the singer of WAP, right? You've gone and got one of the most controversial artists in the world to host SummerSlam. I mean, come on. That's got to provide some entertainment at some point. So I'm actually down for seeing what she is going to come out with. But I have no desire to see her get involved in a wrestling match. If she does, I can only hope it's going to be one of those where, say, Chelsea Green comes down to announce the attendance. And Cardi comes down saying, that's my job. And then they kind of get into a bit of a cat fight, and it's not really a match. It's just a segment type thing, rather than it being like a match. I think it'll be something like that. It'll be something along those lines. But it's not. I don't think you're going to get anything out of Cardi like what you're getting out of Jelly Roll, which is an actual match with graphics and builds. I think if she does something, I could see her snatching at Chelsea and it being done within a minute. That I can sort of live with those, because I don't feel like that's taking necessarily a spot away from someone else. Maybe you could argue it is. Maybe you could argue that, someone else could be hosting like a wrestler. But I do think, with everything I say about celebrities, there is definitely a place for celebrities in wrestling. It's just not in the ring. The thing with celebrities is that they do bring attention. And, it can bring in casual fans. Think about people that tune into the Super Bowl for the halftime show. I bet there's loads of people that don't give a flip about the game, but, oh my God, Kendrick Lamar's doing the halftime show. What's he going to say about Drake? So you tune in to find out, don't you? And so I sort of get it. I'm not stupid. I do understand that they do bring in attention, create headlines, bring in casual fans. There is definitely a purpose. And, it makes it feel bigger as well. If you've got a big star or, big band or something like this that are going to be at your wrestling event, it makes it feel like there's a bit extra buzz, I'm really not down on that stuff. Like, that stuff is absolutely fine. Sign me up. I'm all for it. I'm not down on Cardi being at SummerSlam. For me, the line is crossed when they want to be wrestlers. I always compare it to UFC. And my comparison to UFC is that, celebrities have them at UFC, have them singing the national anthem, have them announcing, have them interviewing, but you wouldn't have them fighting because they'll get killed. So that's kind of how I feel about with wrestling as well. Hannah said, Daze, what are your NXT predictions or your next predictions to what nation hosts PLEs next year? I mean, I don't have any. I don't have any because it's not something I've thought about. I mean, we are looking for expansion, and we are looking for new opportunities. I think Italy could be on the cards because we do house shows in Italy. I think we did Belgium, but was that a Raw? I think, and I think the crowd were really hot as well. I mean, I think WWE want to just keep growing in mainland Europe. I think there's lots of untapped potential. I mean, they're doing Paris, France, obviously. They've done Germany with Bash in Berlin. But yeah, I think you could look at Italy, and I think you could look at Belgium as real opportunities. Portugal, you could do Portugal. I think Portugal would be. I don't think we really do house shows in Portugal, though. I don't think there's a reason for that. I think the assumption is that they'll just travel to Spain, which is obviously next door. So I think there's probably a bit of an assumption there. But we could, they are their own country in their own right. We could do Portugal. Netherlands could be on the cards as well. It would be nice to go further north and do like Sweden and Norway and Finland and the Scandinavian countries like Denmark. We don't explore those countries. So I feel like there's a chunk of the world there that we need to have a little look at. Of course, Japan makes a lot of sense. We're doing Australia. I'm sure some people would say New Zealand, but might be a little bit tricky. Might be tricky. I think the feeling is that Australia might tick that box. But you could do New Zealand to see if you could, it's a long way to go. I mean, the amount that it must cost to go all the way there and, kind of like the travel, staying in hotels, getting back, the amount of time as well, because obviously it takes a long time to commute to these places. I mean, it is other side of the world stuff. So, I mean, yeah, it's hard with Japan and Australia and these kind of places. It's really difficult because you lose so much time with travel that it's got to be worth it. When you get there, it's got to be worth it. So they're difficult, but they're doing them. I mean, they're doing Australia. Clash, what is it? Crown Jewel. Crown Jewel is going to be in Australia. I was saying Clash of Champions, but I was like, no, that's not right. So, I mean, yeah, these places are places I'd expect to see. I'd love to see them do India. I would love to see them do India. I think the fan base in India is red hot. You see these little clips of, people in India kind of dressing up as Roman Reigns. You hear about the numbers in India and you hear about how passionate the fan base is there. But I think the concern might be that that they love pushing up ticket prices. And I think the concern is probably that the ticket prices wouldn't be able to go that high. I wonder if they could do like a big stadium, like the Modi Stadium, and just cheap ticket prices, but just sell lots, and make your money that way. Rather than doing a little arena show to 20,000 with high ticket prices, why not do like 80,000 with lower ticket prices? And try and sell out that way and try and make money that way. I think India is waiting. I think there's money in India. Let's not make out there isn't money. Of course there is. It's one of the best economies in the world. There's definitely money in India, but there's got to be a reason why they've not kind of really done that. It's got to be coming. Seeb, shout out to you, bud. Seeb said, personally, what do we think Gunther needs to be that legit contender, like a monster like Andre Yokozuna were? Honestly, I think that this is why him tapping out at WrestleMania this year so annoyed me, because I am thinking about those things, and I'm really surprised WWE are not. I'm really surprised that WWE are not taking his character, his aura into account. I mean, it's one thing to have Jay beat him. Okay, people are going to lose. When you're wrestling as regular as Gunther wrestles, he's going to suffer some losses, okay? And I think losing to Jay with how over Jay is okay, right? I think a lot of us went into that WrestleMania thinking, yeah, there's a good chance here that Gunther actually loses. So I think that's okay. But why didn't you just have him pass out? Why didn't you just have Jay choking him and Gunther just goes? And there's not much Gunther can do there. I mean, if the oxygen supply to the brain has been cut to the point where he's passing out, I mean, there's not much he can do. But to have him actually tap, to have him actually say and show that he is a quitter, I just don't get it. I'm sat here all these months later and I still do not get it. I don't think that helps his aura. I don't think that helps. I mean, like, Jay winning the title was enough. As long as Jay got the title, that he'd done it. He'd beaten Gunther. He'd slayed the dragon. He had beaten the beast. He had, destroyed the monster, whatever. Like, it was done. He didn't need that extra thing. So I find that so frustrating. Honestly, I don't understand. And I don't know maybe if it's going to play into a future story where he'll face Jay again. And, Jay will bring up the tap-in thing. And I don't know. But I just don't see it as being worth it because that was such a big stage as well. There's a lot of people that only watch WrestleMania. A lot of people tune in for Rumble, Mania, and that's them done with their WWE consumption. So what message have you sent to them about Gunther tapping out? So I hate that. So what do they need to do? Well, you've got to present him as a problem, haven't you? I mean, the thing with Andre was that you didn't see him very often, and when you did, he would win, and he would look like, well, maybe not look good, but he would be fairly dominant. And, when he had his match against Hogan, the message they were saying to the fans was, this is a guy that's never been beaten, and he has never even been slammed off his feet. How the hell is Hulk Hogan going to beat this guy? And, of course, Hogan goes into that match maybe the underdog. I mean, I wasn't around at the time, so I don't know what the chatter was like. But, they clearly... nowadays, you could see it coming a mile away, right? You could see it coming a mile away. Didn't think should have happened. Cody beating him for that pointless Crown Jewel Championship. That was your opportunity. Cody could have lost that, and it would have been okay for Cody. It's all right for Cody to not get a win over Gunther. He still would have left being the WWE champion. But again, there's another occasion where we fluffed up Gunther. We've had him lose to Cody in a match that didn't massively matter. Gunther could have been the first Crown Jewel champion. I don't mind him losing to Jay, but I think tapping out was so annoying. I think him losing to Cody was so annoying. I think it was so unnecessary. And, wasn't it WrestleMania that he lost to Sammy as well for the Intercontinental? Like, you're having this guy lose on the biggest show of the year all the time. So those people, those casual fans that just tune in to, like, WrestleMania or whatever, they're watching him lose all the time. You're not building his aura by, let's watch WrestleMania. Oh, do you remember that guy? He lost last year. Oh, he's lost again. Honestly, when it comes to building Gunther, I think Triple H really likes Gunther, and I think he really is trying to get him to the WWE Championship. But oh my God, he can't get out of his own way, can he? He can't fight. He can't get out of his own way. There doesn't appear to be much long-term thought when it comes to trying to build Gunther. There doesn't appear to be like that sort of consideration of, is this going to hurt him long term? Is this going to be a problem? Listen, it might only take 1% of his aura away. It might not be a big deal. But you do it, say, 10 times, and there's 10% of his aura gone. All of a sudden, a guy that had 100% aura is down to 90, right? And that makes a difference. So he might have lost 1% when he tapped out to Jay. I'd argue it was more. He might have lost 1% when he lost to Sammy at WrestleMania and lost the Intercontinental. He might have lost 1% when he lost to Cody for, the Crown Jewel thing. And these little chips away at his aura is what you end up with. You end up with someone that, thankfully he's still got plenty of aura right now, right? Thankfully, we're still okay. I don't think, like, where we are with Gunther right now is terrible. I don't think we've, like, butchered him or destroyed him or anything, but we ain't at 100% aura with Gunther. We've chipped away at it. And all right, he might have got a bit back here and a bit back there, whatever, but I don't know. Right now, we're probably at 92% aura Gunther, something along those lines. This is not an unstoppable beast. Like, I know that he can be beaten. And I think if we want to get him to that WWE Championship, you need to give him, like, good wins. against good opponents on a regular basis. We need to start asking the question, how do you beat him? And all this sort of stuff. Like, you need to put some distance between his losses. You need to sort of go, this isn't the same guy that lost to Jay anymore. He's evolved. He's improved. And you need to really convince people of that. And I also think he needs to stop smirking and smiling. When he's standing opposite someone in a promo, it's kind of like he can't keep a straight face. It's like when someone's mean mugging him, he finds it funny. And he's like this. And it's like, I'd love for him to have a really nasty look back. You know, like he used to stand with his arms behind his back, kind of doing that, like really looking down. And we've really moved away from that sort of Nazi officer vibe, right? Which is probably not a bad thing to move away from. But that was kind of, he'd stand in the entranceway, arms behind the back, all proud, ring general stuff. Now he's just casual Gunther in the ring, isn't he? Flipping, coming out, just super cash. And when he stares at someone, he's got this little he can't not smile. So I find a few things about him to be frustrating. I think the aura he had when he was bigger and really puffed the chest out and was really a lot more regimented down in NXT, that aura was better. It was significantly better than the way that we present him now. It's not a disaster. Again, I always talk about these things and make it seem like it's all the end of the world. It isn't. But we're just talking about, the question was, how do you get him to an Andre Yokozuna level? Well, here's the things that I find frustrating about him. Here's the things that I've seen that I would love to change. And I think that you could change a few of those. But again, it's not ruined. We're fine, but let's try and fix some of these things as we move forward. Let's try and put some distance between his losses. Let's have him not lose to CM Punk at SummerSlam. Yeah. I know there'll be people out there that want a Punk world title run. I think you will get one, but I really don't think it should come at the expense of Gunther at this stage. I don't think this is the right time, because win the belt, lose the belt, win the belt, lose the belt. It's flippy floppy, innit? All he's showing is that he can win it, but he can't keep it. Well, certainly not in 2025. So, a memorable match, but Gunther retains. Defcon said Gunther lost aura at Survivor Series 2019. Good point. I think you're right, that was another little chink off there, wasn't it? That was one of the first chinks, actually. That was obviously a long time ago, and so that was a little bit of a dip down at that point. I do think that losing the weight as well was another little bit of aura lost. I've said before, if you're going... So he was quite fat, right? Fat Gunther. But I didn't really hear anyone saying that he was fat and he looked rubbish or anything. I think people were really into, as I said, very imposing. And I think that his size, his weight, kind of added to that level of him being imposing. Credit to him for losing the weight. And credit to him for going to the gym. And actually, there's pictures where when he tenses, he looks great. The only problem is, when he's normally just walking around, there's not much in the way of definition or size, He just looks fine, average. I mean, you can tell he's a guy that works out and looks after himself, of course. But he is not jacked. Yeah, he is not someone that has traded in his body mass for being absolutely huge, He's not bulked up in regards to, bulking up and hitting the gym and getting some size and replacing the fat with muscle. Instead, he's just sort of, I don't want to say average, because he's clearly not average, but... you can see a picture of him flexing and he looks really good. The muscle is there. The work is there. He clearly goes to the gym. but walking around normally, it just doesn't impress. And so he's lost a bit of aura there as well. I'm not saying he should have stayed fat, but what I'm saying is if you're going to lose that weight and you're going to take some points off how imposing you are, you sort of need to replace those points with muscle mass, really. You need to really be looking to build up muscle and, look good. His argument might be that he doesn't want to do that because that's not going to help with his cardio, his conditioning, things along those lines. And there could be some truth to that. It could be some truth to that. It could be that he doesn't need to do it. But the problem with pro wrestling is that it is very looks orientated, presentation orientated, The airport test is a very real thing, whereby, are you going to be able to walk in an airport and people be like, Jesus, did you see that guy? Blimey now. The airport test is very, very real. And I don't know how he does with the airport test. I think he did better before, to be honest. Matthew said, is there a preview for NXT tonight? We kind of did it earlier. And there is one now that we've got a little bit closer. We can have a little look at it. And let's have a little look. Here. So, JC Jane kicks off NXT after a huge weekend, so JC is opening the show. TNA World Champion Trick Williams teams with Joe Hendry and Mike Santana, taking on Dark State. That's the one. Tony, Stax, Luca battle in a triple threat. And I have to move this the other day and it's not right. Let me tweak it. There we go. There you are. I'm going to make it a touch smaller. Let's get this actually sorted because it keeps bothering me every time I see it. Well, I've goofed that up still. On it. Don't need the search bar. It's annoying actually. I can't get it to look quite right. That'll do. So JC Jane opens the show. We got Trick Williams teaming with Joe Hendry and Mike Santana taking on Dark State. We've got the triple threat Tony, Stax, Luca in a triple threat match. It doesn't say for the Heritage Cup. Carmen Petrovich takes on Callie Armstrong. That's going to be coming in 45 minutes. Tony D'Angelo family in disarray as Tony, Stax, and Luca collide in a triple threat. Stax betrayed the family. Blah, blah, blah. He chose to not go with either. Now they'll battle in a triple threat to decide who is the best man. No flipping mention of the Heritage Cup at all. I think it's gone. Yeah, I think it's done. I think it got thrown in the river and WWE have gone, well, there's nothing we can do. Well, could you make a new one? It's just not that simple. It's just not that simple, Stax. It appears that you're just now no longer a champion. It seems that if someone steals your championship and throws it in a river, there's just nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. So there we go. It looks like the Heritage Cup is dead. Wah, wah, wah. Right, Edwards, shout out to you. Edward said, Daze, how are you? I'm good. Hope you are well. And you. My account was hacked earlier on other platforms. It won't let me say on here. I don't think it's well over time that I should be a mod and I got my account back. Your account was hacked. What do you mean? Your YouTube account. I don't know what you're asking me, but you said, I think it's about time I got my account back. But what do you mean? I don't know what you're telling me. Are you telling me that your account in the chat was hacked? Is that what you're telling me? I hope you're doing that. My account was hacked earlier on another platform. But if that's on another platform, then that's not YouTube. but it won't let me say on here. Edward, are you all right? Have you been caught up in some MI6 type Russian sting? Like, what's happening? I don't speak riddle. I don't understand. Have you been cast in the new Batman film or something as the Riddler? Edwards, once I understand what you're on about, buds, I will get back to you. My X accounts. What? How? I'm sorry. How can I help you with that? I'm sorry. Do you think I'm Elon Musk? Are you under the impression I'm Elon Musk? You said I think I should be a moderator, and I got my. Okay, so hang on. Are you telling me that you've got your? Oh, Jesus Christ! So what are you telling? Are you telling me you got hacked and that you got it back? Is that what you're telling me? Are you telling me that you got hacked and you got it back? My X account was hacked. Right. So, okay, let's piece this together. So you're telling us your X account was hacked, but now you've got it back. Well, what did they do on it? What was said? What do you mean it was hacked? Was it posting links to something? Was it posting links to, like, I don't know. What happens when you get hacked? I've thankfully never experienced it. I mean, it sounds like a nightmare, but what was it? Elon Daze said nightmare. Maybe his Elmo. Yeah, I did hear about that, actually. Did you see the Daily Show kind of ripping into Elmo over it? I just saw that clip recommended, and it was Jon Stewart with an Elmo puppet, and it was quite funny, actually. He was doing an impression of Elmo and why Elmo would have said the things that he said. But yeah, if you didn't hear the are you Elmo? Are you Elmo, Edward? Maybe Edward's Elmo? Oh my God, that would actually make so much sense. James said, problem is WWE would want to experiment with LA Knight as world champion, this close to experimenting with Jay. Gunther should keep the title till Ilya returns later in the year. Hey, listen, if we do Ilya Gunther at WrestleMania next year, I'd be fine with that. The only problem I've got now is, obviously, as we've been talking, it's become very apparent we keep having Gunther lose at WrestleMania, and I don't know that that's a good message to send, so I wonder if he should actually win at WrestleMania next year, maybe lose at SummerSlam instead or something. But yeah, I don't know. That's a problem of their own doing, isn't it? That is a problem that WWE have created for themselves. So they're going to have to find a way out of that one. But yes, I mean, I think with LA Knight, you are right. It would be an experiment. It's an experiment that might work. It's listen, as I said, I don't have any issue with LA Knight. He's not someone that's in my, say, top 5, top 10 favourite wrestlers. He's not someone that I'm going to bat for, campaigning for. But he's got his fans, and I think he's got his support. And I think that you could absolutely take a chance on him as a world heavyweight champion. I think James makes a really good point, though. And I think James's point is that, you know, do you want to take a chance on someone when we've already took a chance on a few people recently? Or do you just get that belt onto, you know, some big names? So, you know, the ratings obviously are where they are. You know, can we get like that belt onto Punk at some point and give Punk a run with it? Do we need to get it onto another decent sized name? You know, should Drew McIntyre have a run with it? You know, like a good proper run with it. I mean, a lot of people I think would say yes. What about Randy Orton? You know, should Randy Orton have a run with it? Some people might say yes. It's hard. It's really hard to punch into that group. Like, you'll get an opportunity, but you better kill it. Do you know, in this day and age, doing, that was all right, that was okay, it's not enough. It's not enough. You can't be world heavyweight champion and for us to look back on your reign and go, yeah, that was all right, you did all right, that was okay. You've got to kill it. You've got to kill it. Naomi, right now, has got to kill it. She has got to kill it. She's waited 7 years for this. So Naomi has got a run at the moment, and she has got to make sure she maximizes it. Now, I think she is in a headspace where she will, because this character, which, as I've said, I can't remember where, feels a little Tony Stormish to me. Not with what she's doing, but how she's doing it, right? Tony Storm has got a kind of 1950s, 1940s kind of movie star, glamorous type character, timeless type character, you know? She's setting up bombs on social media, putting stuff in her case, like putting worms and stuff so that when TCA search in her bags, there's all worms and stuff in there. You know, she's doing this kind of twisted, losing her mind, proceed with caution. She's snapped kind of a different to Tony Storm. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how these gimmicks are presented and used. So, for example, Tony can do vignettes and videos on social media, and so can Naomi, that dig into their characters. Their interview style can be influenced. Their ring gear can be influenced. Their entrances can be influenced. Like the character, the gimmick, it bleeds into all these other facets of their presentation, of how they connect with the audience, of the language that they use, of the way their promos are delivered. Yeah, I mean, like the backstage vignette for Naomi now has got her in like a cage, like laughing her head off behind some bars, right? Backstage. And like she's like, proceed with caution. And all this stuff. But it's dark. Feels like she's in a boiler room, you know? And it's like this character is taking her to those places. And she needs to keep exploring that and digging into that. And I said the other day, they took the side plates off for EO, and she put a post out saying, shall I put these on eBay? And then like was laughing. Imagine if she does, and she totally should, put them on eBay and sell them off, because that's what her character would do. Her character doesn't care about these, so I might as well make some money from them. So sell them on eBay and actually show the listing and a link to it on your social media. People will eat that shiz up. They will eat that shiz up. So good. So good. And this is, she needs to kill it in her promos. I mean, yesterday on Raw, when EO was talking, and she was like, I don't know what you just said. You could actually hear the crowd laughing at that line, because EO had just spoke English. And she was like, I don't know what she said. And then when she turned around, she's like, you two need to get to the back. Need to get to the backity back. The backity back. I saw people online with a picture of her doing that, saying backity back, right? And it's like, you're giving people things to have a bit of fun with. You're giving people things to react to, and things that are memorable, that stick in your mind. And I don't think anyone saw Naomi open Raw yesterday and go, nah, she didn't really have much to say. It didn't really do a great deal. I think everyone saw that and was like, yeah, great, fun. You know, she had stuff to say. The crowd were chanting, you deserve it. She shot them down. She's like, no, you weren't feeling the glow. I don't need you now. And it's just like, this is it. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you're given the ball and you do something with it, right? Rather than just worrying about losing the ball, you do something with the ball. And that's what we're seeing from Naomi. And that is what we need to see from other people. That's what I don't feel that Damian Priest did. I don't feel he did. I think he did okay. He was all right as champ, but I can't point to matches and promos and things like character development. I can't point to things he did on social media. I can't point to stuff that he did that means that I'm clamoring now for him to get back to that level, you know? And for me in this day and age, being okay, acceptable, you know, not dropping the ball is not the same as like providing a final pass to a touchdown, is it? If you give the ball to your quarterback and the quarterback keeps hold of it, great, but it ain't led to anything. Whereas if you give the ball to the quarterback and he makes an amazing throw, big difference. So yeah, in this day and age, you got to do something with the ball, man. Got to do something. Right. Dark Knight said, Daze, I'm going to be here shortly, but please be patient, people. I know people are frustrated, but he will be here. Don't let yourselves get angry. Apparently he's coming, according to Dark Knight. He is coming. Devcon said, the last Naomi action figure I purchased with my son was the one that came with the glow-in-the-dark robe. It shines in a black light with a green title. Listen, I thought Glow was fun, but it outside of the entrance didn't do anything. She couldn't find a way of making it connect. And I think she was right when she said you weren't feeling the glow. I think, like, you know, the lights go out, she had a fun entrance, and then... that was it. In the ring, it was just Naomi. And on a microphone backstage, it was Naomi. And it was just holding the ball. Yeah. I think the entrance was good. And, but there seemingly wasn't a way for her to use, I think there might have been, but there wasn't a way for her to take that and make it bleed into the promos, bleed into her in-ring work, bleed into her relationship with the fans. It was really an entrance and ring gear, wasn't it? That was it, really, and it just stopped there. Whereas this new character clearly is, you know, influencing a lot more around, you know, her promos, her vignettes, her entrance, her in-ring work, like absolutely everything, her social media game. So, yeah, brilliant. I'm so pleased for her. I think, like, this, you know, should really... the word on the street is that people are thrilled for her backstage, but not only that, they should be thrilled for themselves, because if you're someone backstage that has not cracked it yet, if you're someone backstage that has had some success in the past but is not tasting that success right now, I think Naomi has just shown you the blueprint. I think Naomi has just shown you what you need to do. And I would really hope that others will learn that lesson. I would really hope that others would take... you can't, you know, listen, you don't have total control over your own character. So some people would love to do different things, but their hands are tied. So, I mean, it's not as simple as just, you know, go and change everything now. But I hope there's conversations. If I was a wrestler, I would be knocking on Triple H's door and I'd be like, Triple H, I am so inspired by what I'm seeing from Naomi and, you know, Tony Storm as well over in AEW. I really want to try something along those lines, and I've got several ideas that I'd love to run past you. I've got several things that I think could really influence my social media game, my ring gear, like everything. Like, I'd love to... I would hope that some people are having those conversations, because I just think that it could work. It could bomb as well. I mean, it is a gamble, you know. She tried the glow thing, really believing in it, and it didn't work. But, you know, she's, you know, shifted again. I mean, Nikki A.S.H, do you remember that? Almost a superhero. That was Nikki's idea. I actually thought there might be something to that as well, to be honest with you. I actually thought there might be something to that, where she was doing the, I'm not actually a superhero, but I'm almost a superhero. I wonder if she just didn't lean into it enough. I wonder if she needed more social media stuff and all this kind of stuff. Or maybe it was just a bad idea and it just didn't have legs. Perhaps it was too childish. Perhaps it was a great one for the kids. Like, you know, you can almost be a superhero as well. Just like me. And, you know, I could see that resonating with youngsters. But, you know, adults, it probably ain't going to land with, is it? So perhaps that was the limitation of that idea. But, yeah, no, I like it. Swing and miss. It's okay. At least try something, you know? So the Nikki A.S.H thing, I actually thought was an attempt at something. And I thought, okay, yeah, no, we could do something here. I can see a bit of Hurricane. I can see a bit of Mighty Molly. I can see, you know, I can see something here that's kind of got a vibration from the history of WWE. I've seen stuff like this before, but yeah, she couldn't get it to land, could she? She just could not get that to get through. But that is an idea that could have been in her promos, in her vignettes, in her ring style, in her, well, it was her ring gear, in her entrance, and all that sort of stuff, you know? She could have, imagine some YouTube shorts where she's kind of out on the streets helping people. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, could you have gone a bit further? Could she have helped an old lady across the street? Maybe got distracted and the old lady gets hit by a car, right? You don't hear it, you don't see it, you only hear it. Maybe you could have had a bit of fun with it, and she's like, sorry. And perhaps you could have done some fun things with TikTok as well, with that character. I don't know, I'm spitballing, but there's an idea there that definitely had a potential for a world being built around it, but just never landed it. Never landed that plane. One of the Walmarts by me still has a Nikki A.S.H. almost a superhero action feel on sale on the pegs. Yeah, the adults didn't like it. I don't think the kids took to it the way they've taken to JM. Maybe she needed a catchphrase. Maybe she needed a hand gesture. You know? I mean, that's obviously worked for Yeet. Yeah. And, you know, lots of things in the past. Maybe she needed something like that to really connect it with the fans. Imagine her coming down and, you know, you've got that kind of gesture, and perhaps you would have kids in the entranceway, and she could go, if there was a kid that was doing that, she could go up and sort of, you know, touch forearms with them. You know, and it could be, I don't know, anything like that where the kids can do something that she can interact with as she's making her way to the ring or around the ringside area. Perhaps that would encourage more kids to dress as a superhero. And again, you ain't going to get the adults with it, but maybe it's one of those where, you know, a Disney film, a Pixar film is kind of for kids, but they always put in some more adult jokes that maybe go over the kid's head. But the adult's like, actually, no, that's pretty good. You know, I think if you're an adult, there's certain Pixar films you can enjoy. There's, you know, maybe not Cars, but you'd probably enjoy Toy Story. You know, there's stuff in there that, you know, will resonate with adults. You know, think about Up. You know, Up is obviously an animated film for kids, but what adult hasn't watched the start of Up and felt something, you know? The emotion of his wife passing away at the start. I mean, there's adults that watch that cry, you know? So I sort of feel like even though that character was aimed at youngsters, I would guess, and you could probably do something, some hand gesture thing to kind of, you know, interact with the crowd. I wonder if she could have done videos or TikToks or something that could have still resonated with an older audience. So it's kind of like when she comes out, you might have someone watching wrestling for the first time going, what's this? You know? And the person next to him that's watched for a while be like, nah, it's all right, actually. It's all right, because she does a few things that I think you're going to like. So she might come out and interact with the kids, but, you know, there might be just something in there that's kind of aimed to satisfy the adults as well. I'm not saying she, you know, twerks or anything, but I think there's definitely that kind of Pixar reference where it caters to all ages. I think the character failed on that, and I think that could have hurt it. But I don't know. There's not really a need to talk about Nikki A.S.H, is there, when she's so clearly doing something drastically different now, which again has got its own worlds. In the opinion, what wrestler would benefit from a complete character overhaul, said James. Well, I mean, we can throw that out to the chat because it's a great question, James, honestly. I think there's a lot of characters, a lot of people that would benefit from like a complete character change. I mean, I think Austin Theory, of course, is someone that really needs that right now. Austin Theory is someone that was a heel that now seems to be a face, who seems to be online doing like motivational get to the gym type stuff. And I don't know, I think for me one of the first questions is, can I build a world around that motivational get to the gym? Can I build a world around that? And if I can, what does it look like? Is it engaging? You know, is it engaging? Is it something that I would want to watch? you know, what could you do with it? And then you explore that. It's like, okay, well, you could have him kind of going on to talk shows, talking about the importance of, you know, just doing like 10 minutes of workout a day. And you could maybe have him with his own workout set that they sell on WWE Shop. They did that for Hogan back in the day. He had his own workout kind of kit that you could buy. And you could do like a very simple, you know, like resistance bands would be in there. And a few other little bits and bobs, I'm sure. You know, some of those push-up things, those things you put on the floor to do push-ups better. Maybe you'd put them in there. But, you know, a little bit of a Austin Theory workout kit that he could have some fun promoting. And so, you know, that'd give him some vignettes to kind of do and maybe have a little bit of fun with. As well as that, if he's going to be doing workouts, do you put some attractive girls in the background? You know, I'm thinking, do some of his vignettes involve actually doing like workouts and sort of like, not aerobics, but like, you know, when he's doing sit-ups or he's doing push-ups, do you have some people with him? And if you do have some people with him, do those people turn out to be wrestlers? You know, do you actually give him some backers, some other people that actually someone picks a fight on, right? I mean, imagine like the Spirit Squad, right? But imagine if you've got like 2 guys with him who are, you know, a bit weedy that are working out. And imagine if they have to do a 6-person tag match. So it's Theory and John and Barry, right? Who we never expected to see them in a match because they were just in vignettes and they were just like there as, we thought, background furniture kind of, you know. He's leading a class, so he needs pupils, and so they were just always there, but they never drew attention to them. And now all of a sudden, like, some group, Judgment Day or someone, have challenged him to a match, and now he's asking them to join him, and it's like, I don't know, what does the world look like? If you go down that road, how do you flesh it out? How does it show in his music? How does it show in his presentation? Is that a world that's interesting? Or do you do something completely different? So the thing with Theory is that, you know, he needs something. He needs some sort of creative. He needs some sort of idea. He needs something to kind of, you know, get him connected with the fans. And that seems to be, I mean, I'm not saying he's doing all that, but he at the moment is just doing like, get down to the gym. You're going to feel so much better. Is that just him because he's bored and he's like, ain't got nothing else to do? Or is that a glimpse as to where he is going? I mean, he comes to mind because we've obviously spoke about him, but also he's someone we've been waiting for. He's someone that we've really been waiting for them to pull the trigger on. He's the guy that Vince kind of highlighted as like really wanting to work with himself. You remember the whole golden egg stuff and him doing those backstage segments with Theory. You know, we actually, before Vince left, we had Theory doing backstage things with Vince. And it felt like he was sort of the next chosen one. And oh my God, has it not just been a disaster since then? So yeah, he maybe because we spoke about him, he's like someone that kind of comes to mind. I want to see what people said because we did throw it out to people. I can see people saying Hank and Tank, Tiffany, Tazawa. Jeremy says Theory. Tiffany said Dan. Theory said G Doggy Dog. So I think Theory gets mentioned a bit. Tiffany, it seems like people are down for a bit of a revamp for. We've got Austin Theory as Simon Dean, said Aubrey. Simon Dean was trash, says James. Yeah, I mean, look, some of these things, they ain't going to land, you know? But you just have to keep, you have to obviously have some degree of kind of filter to filter out the really bad ideas. But you also, you know, you'd be in a room with other people, wouldn't you? And of course, if it's not your idea, if someone says something that's not your idea, you are sort of being forced to think about something that you have not thought about. And so as you think about it, you're going to be coming to it from a very neutral position. If it's your idea, you've thought about it, you've fleshed it out, I would imagine, believe in it, you wouldn't be vocalizing it if you didn't. So you're coming from a position of, I really stand by this. or I think there's something here that we can explore. If you're being told the idea, you're considering it for the first time, and you are going to consider pros and cons, and so you are coming to it from a neutral position, right? And so as a result of that, you can obviously see maybe a little clearer the negatives, the positives, maybe can counter with some stuff the original person didn't think about. So, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, I could imagine it is obviously needing to be chucked around a creative room. It's obviously going to need to be tested and, questioned and all that sort of stuff. But, I don't think, being hesitant to, speak about potential ideas or whatever should ever be, frowned upon, because even if the original idea is not good, you still might be able to take an aspect of it and actually get somewhere, It might be that you go, well, 99% of that needs to be thrown away, but that bit I really like. And actually, I think that bit is going to work really well if we do this, and it might actually be, the seed that leads you to something else. So, I think that it's obviously a process, and this is, again, why I am so fascinated by seeing that Unreal show. That Unreal show is a glimpse into the actual creative process, which for me is God's gift, right? I mean, for me, I can now start to have much more educated conversations about creative and about the creative process if I actually get to see the current creative process, So actually getting a glimpse of that is going to be fascinating for me. Not even fascinating from what was they going to do. I think it's fascinating in that regard. What matches were they going to do that they're not doing now? Or, that's going to be fascinating. But it's going to be more fascinating about what's the process. Do they all arrive with ideas? Do they arrive with just blank pieces of paper? And it's like, right, what are we going to do for this? I mean, I don't know that process, because they must have stories planned. And I know they work backwards. I know they know, SummerSlam, we're going to do this. So what do we do the week before? What do we do the week before? When do we start it? So they must have that sort of skeleton planned. And then, how do they do the meetings? Do they just sit down and largely it's done? They just sort of flesh it out. Do you get my point? When do they come up with the original idea? When do they put it into some sort of template? When do they work backwards and flesh it out? When do they sit down and look at the actual show that's coming up on the following week? We've got to do that bit, we've got to do that bit, we need to fill in these bits. Who have we, to that level of detail? They might not actually dig into it that far, and it might just be a case that we just get a glimpse. I think there'll be a lot more, to be honest, a lot more footage of Triple H talking to the talent around ringside. I think there'll be a lot more footage of him planning entrances. And stuff like that, stuff which, to be honest, is probably a little boring. I mean, they tend to put out entrance run-throughs on social media anyway. I think that you will get footage of Gorilla and seeing the result, the reaction during certain spots. They showed that in the trailer. So they showed you the reaction to the speed moment at the Royal Rumble and what they were saying in Gorilla at that time. So, I mean, stuff like that will be interesting. And you'll get bits like that. But I bet the bulk of the show is Triple H traveling in a car, speaking to the camera about the creative process, but not giving much detail, talking to talent at ringside. Maybe an interesting conversation, but I'm not sure it's going to be much. I think actual glimpses into the creative room, my guess is going to be limited. I think you'll get a glimpse, and I think you'll get bits, but I don't think it's going to be anything huge. And I think there'll be a lot of sit-down interviews. I think they've spoke to The Rock. I think they've kind of I think it'll be good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think they're going to tell a story, and I think you're going to get a flavour, but how much we're going to understand the creative process, how it starts and all that stuff, I don't know. I'd love to watch it and come out of it going, mate, that was better than I thought. I did not expect them to go into that level of detail. I did not expect them to go, right, this is how a story begins. Do you know, I would like to take it from an angle of, show me an idea being born, show me an idea being discussed, show me an idea being put down onto paper into some sort of structure. Show me that idea going to Triple H. Show me that idea being spoken to the talent. Show me that idea being brought to like show me the journey of the idea. That's what I want. But I don't think I'm going to get that. I think it's going to be more focusing on, say, the Royal Rumble. You know, they'll be like, right, we're a few weeks out from the Rumble. We've got this, we got this, we got this. Any thoughts for blah, blah, blah? Well, we could do this, blah, blah, blah. You know, it'll be a little bit of that. Triple H practicing entrances, chats at ringside, little sit-down interview with The Rock, sit-down interview with Triple H. That's what I'm expecting. I think there will be a bit of a gap between what I want and what I get, but I'm still massively excited for it. Still can't wait for it. It's still going to be really, really good. William said, what about a theory love story with the Diva, recreate Edge and Lita? Mate, honestly, put me down. I'm really down for anything that's a genuine idea and creative. If it's, you know, I mean, Bailey has said she'd be really interested in doing some sort of love story, and I think that's an excellent idea. I mean, I don't know about you, but Bailey has never struck me as someone that's really that bothered by relationships. I mean, she's not someone that has ever shown interest in, you know, any kind of male competitor, or has been, you know, involved in any love angle or anything. I don't remember her being involved in anything in NXT. I don't remember her being involved in anything on the main roster. I don't remember anything. I think that would be really interesting, because that would show a side of Bailey's character that we have just not seen. You know, what does Bailey look like being involved in a story along those lines? Does the character find it annoying? Does she find it intriguing? Is it a relationship that goes somewhere? If it does, how far does it go? You know, I'm not saying that because we want the live sex celebration stuff. I'm saying because, well, I mean, that does flesh out Bailey's character. It shows the side of Bailey that Bailey has not shown, you know, as a character. And I think that's quite interesting. So, yeah, I'm really not down on those things. We don't really do that stuff, to be honest, do we? I don't really know why, to be honest, because you would think that would be quite low-hanging fruit. The fact that you've got really attractive girls on the same roster as really attractive guys, and in real life all we keep hearing about is how they are getting together, like, you know, Bianca and Montez, Becky and Seth, Tiffany and Ludwig, Charlotte and Andrade, who have now obviously broke up. But I mean, like, you know, Kalani and Carmelo, like, all you hear about is wrestlers getting together. Because guess what? You got a load of attractive girls and a load of attractive guys, and what do you think's going to happen? So I don't really know why that doesn't bleed into the TV product, or why there seems to be a reluctance to kind of do that or show that. I'm not sure. I don't know. That'd be an interesting question for Triple H. Again, you know, we've been talking recently about, you know, if Chris Van Vliet was to speak to such and such, what kind of question would be interesting? I think that'd be a real interesting one for Triple H. Why is there seemingly a reluctance to focus on relationships and like digging into those kind of creatives? Maybe the truth is he just hates women. And maybe it's just that. Maybe Triple H just secretly hates women and doesn't want to see them happy. And I could believe that. Right. Daze, I missed the Pound Town videos. It's a mystery as to what the next one will be. Do we have any Jax figures? No, I don't have Jax figures. To be honest with you, when it came to figures, I had the Hasbros when I was young. And then I started getting the first series of Jax. I actually went to America for the very first time in 1997. That was the first time I ever went to America. 97, and I remember going to toy shops, and honestly, I failed a case. I just failed a case. I just bought all these toys, WWE ones. Didn't matter what it was. I was just like, yeah, I want that. Yeah, I want that. Yep. It didn't really matter if it was WWE. Yeah, I want it. And it was all early Jack stuff. So I've actually got bits of early Jacks still boxed. When I brought them back home, I never actually opened them and played with them. I don't know why. I know people will be like, what? You bought a load of stuff from America in 97, you never opened it? No, I didn't. I can't explain why. I don't know why. I think it might be because I was playing a lot of football and not kind of in my house as much as when I was young. And so at that stage, I wasn't really in playing with figures. But because it was WWE and it was in America and all that, like I wanted it. So yeah, it just caught me at a weird time, to be honest. So I do have early Jack stuff. I mean, I might even have something here which I will show. I'll try and show. I think I might have something here. A lot of it is upstairs, but sadly, I don't. I didn't have any Jack's bits, but I did find a Smoking Guns. It's green, so it doesn't really work. But that is a Hasbro that is still sealed. I have like a shelf of like sealed bits, and I think there probably is some Jacks there, but I couldn't get it quickly without digging through it. I did find that though. Look at that, Volta. It was £60 when I bought it, but there he is when he was fat. The Ring General, still in its box, sealed, which I kind of thought would be worth getting, to be honest, because in my mind, I think that's the only Volta figure they ever did. It's all Gunther now. Even in the box, he's got his arms behind his back, and of course, he's fat as well. So that is, look at him there. Look at him there. You can't tell me that's not more imposing than the one we've got now. Look at that fat Volta. So, yeah, I did manage to pick up a couple of bits, but I do have some Jacks, but I never got round to opening them. But to be honest, after that, I was not blown away by the quality. I kind of thought I love belts, and they weren't very good. The belts they had were unpainted, and I wasn't impressed. And I just sort of thought the quality was a bit off at first. I enjoyed my Hasbros more. And so I just never massively got into the Jacks collection. But as time went by, they got better. Don't get me wrong, they got better. But yeah, I just never found myself like really finding a way into those. But as soon as I saw the Mattel ones and the Mattel stuff and how good especially the belts were. I mean, look at the belt on that Volta one. Look how good that is. That is just like a little flipping replica. Look at the detail on it. It's got like the WWE logo is coloured in, the background behind it. Look at the detail on the belt. I mean, that is really, really impressive. For a little plastic belt, like, that is really, really good. Look at that. You can see the kind of horses or whatever they are next to that main plate. You can see the dots around the edge of that main plate. You can see the side plates. Like, it's really good. Like, what got me into Mattel was that. Because all the other belts are that detailed as well. Like, you know, the little winged eagle looks great. Belts look so good. So, I've said before, when I first started collecting Mattel, my goal was I want to get all the belts. Because they look so good. I could have a collection of every belt ever made. And it probably won't cost me that much. Because for £20, you can have a belt and a figure. So I was like, mate, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to have a collection of just figures that come with belts. And I'll have all the belts, and it won't be that big. It won't be that big. And so that was my original vision. That was my vision. That's what I was going to do. And then I saw a Roddy Piper and a Macho Man, and they didn't come with belts. But how am I going to turn them down? Not an idiot. So, then I had to get them. And then I'm like, oh, my God, yeah, but I do need that Seth Rollins. And I've got to get that Bayley. Can't not get that Bayley. Looks awesome. Kamala? Oh, my God. You think I'm leaving a Kamala on the shelf? I don't think so. And then all of a sudden I turn around and go, oh, yeah, no, that's got out of control, hasn't it? That's not what I had planned at all. And that's how that ended up spiraling. So, yes, Jax-wise, I never found a way in, but Mattel more than made up for it. Can you explain how you was alive in 97? Because you're 21. Man's doing some Back to the Future shiz, says Wendy Lucho. No, I can't explain how that happened. So basically my mom had like a really long pregnancy. So I wasn't born for quite a few years afterwards, but I went to America in 97 because basically I was just a sperm in my dad's ball sack. And so technically, I was there. And I think in anticipation for me arriving, they purchased those toys for me, knowing that I might just be a sperm in his ball sack, but one day I would be a real boy. So that's how I was able to go to America and for me to get those toys. And of course, I didn't play with them because I wasn't born. Hence why they're still in packaging. That's why they're still in. That's why I never played with them, because I was just a sperm. I was just a little baby sperm. I was basically gloop. So I had to wait many, many years for, I don't need to go into detail. There's vaginas and eggs and fertilization, and there's a whole process. But basically I emerged much later, and yeah. That was my first time going to America. I just remember it being very warm inside my dad's testicles. Right, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Bubba-dum, bubba-dum. What a perfect way to lead us into this NXT show. NXT said Zach. Edward said his day's pulling a Benjamin Button. I'll pull anyone. Right, here we go. NXT. We are live. They're pretty fired up. NXT. What are we starting? We're starting with JC Jane, aren't we? They've already announced that. How come you don't collect figures and go on toy hunt, says Leo. Honestly, bud, pandemic. We're just looking back at Great American Bash. So with the pandemic, toy hunts are why I would go and buy new figures. So, I'd see loads of stuff that I like the look of, but I was not interested in ordering it online. For me, the joy was going to the shop, toy hunt. People love toy hunts on the channel. And so, that was a brilliant way of getting the figures, but also doing toy hunts. And it worked. It was great. Loved it. And then the pandemic hit and I couldn't go to the toy hunt. And to me, it's just not the same ordering something and it coming in the post. It's just not the same. It's probably more convenient, but I can't do a toy hunt with that. And also, I think a lot of figures I bought were impulse purchases. Normally in a collection of, say, in a series of 6, there might be like 1 or 2 that I'm like, yeah, I want that. Mainly for the belt or because I don't have that character. But I didn't need, all the rest. But there is obviously something to be said for being there and actually, like, oh my God, it's right there and it looks so good, and you just end up buying it, you know? So I think quite a few of my figures were impulse purchases. And I think probably, I don't know, 30% are the ones that I really went to the shop for, maybe 40%. But a lot were impulse purchases. So I think if I was to order online, I would order a lot less than what I would have bought if I went to the shop. I can't toy hunt, and it doesn't, when it arrives, kind of feel the same. Yeah, there is something to be said for putting a bit of work in, you know? You put work in, you get more out. If you go if you go to a shop like, oh, I hope they've got it, and you get there and they haven't, you're disappointed. And you might be able to get to another shop, but maybe you won't. Maybe you got to wait next week. And I went to shops where I looked for figures and couldn't find them. But when I finally got it, it meant so much more. You know, you're like, yeah, oh, mate, I'm so glad I got there. Oh, God, it looks so good. It just ain't the same if it comes through the post. It just ain't the same. I tend to say if it comes in the pile, right, it's here, goods. Yeah, it looks great. I love that. But it's not the same emotion. So, like, it just all died during the pandemic for me. It just all stopped during the pandemic. And then when it all opened back up again, you know, the channel had moved on, really. The channel was in a different place. We were doing streams all the time, and, you know, we were doing videos, and I'd started a second channel, and do you know what I mean? The channel had to survive without it. That's the truth. This channel was largely built on toy hunts, and if toy hunts had, you know, gone away back in, say, 2018 or 2017, like, this channel would have been in big trouble. This channel was built on toy hunts, but, you know, the pandemic meant that we had to build the channel on something else, and that's streams. So all of a sudden, toy hunts didn't become as important, but I still love doing them. That's why, you know, they still go on the channel every 6 months or so. I mean, we're definitely due another. Definitely. But, yeah, it was the pandemic that killed it. But blame the pandemic. Blame China. It's not my fault. Here is Fatal Influence. Oh, she's doing it now, are you? You're doing it now? Oh, yeah, well, I don't feel the same about it now that you didn't do it the other day. Oh, yeah, you're doing it now, are you? Good for you. Come here, girl. Okay, I feel like we need to see more of Jasmine, actually. I think she's been injured a little bit, but I don't know anything about Jasmine. Do you know anything about Jasmine? What's her dreams? What's her ambitions? I have no idea. JC Jane in there with... I'm quite pleased we kept investing, actually, in JC Jane. You know, we were talking earlier about here's the ball, do something with it. She needed an opportunity to do something with it. She still lost her voice. She damaged my vocal cords, but... I thought her voice would be okay now. Oh! Some members of Fatal Influence dropped the ball. Well, she's giving some shade there to Jasmine. I did what I always do, and that is shock. When is the shock gonna wear off? Okay. Interesting that she was throwing a bit of shade there. Such a shame she's lost her voice, isn't it? That'll be a good match. Masha's going to kill her, said William. Mayor Pete said I would also damage her vocal cords. I'm going to walk out of New York with both championships. Oh, hello. What have we got? Masha Slamovich is here. She was there on Saturday. Here's Masha. The TNA Knockouts World Champion. Oh, she just said something, but the mic didn't pick it up. Masha, 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 Masha. Is it working? There we go. There we go. There we go. What's happening? They're saying that the mic doesn't work, but we can hear it. Mic issues. Do you know what? Fair play to Masha. That's really not ideal, is it, to come out and have the crowd basically saying we can't hear you. I'm going to be the first TNA women's wrestler to hold that NXT Women's Championship. Okay, is that Solruka? That was quite good by JC. Are you kidding me? Here's Zaruka. Do you think it really is TNA's best interest to have two NXT wrestlers holding their championships? I see a double DQ or something where the titles don't change hands, said Sean. I don't think it matters, honestly, is my honest answer. I don't think it matters because, I mean, James was telling me the other day that Slammiversary has sold out 3 times. And their ticket sales are really good, and there's a lot of positivity around TNA, and they're hoping to get a new TV deal, and I just don't think it's hurting them. If NXT talent have both their titles, then you've got a story where the TNA talent need to get it back, and they will, of course. I don't know that it's the direction I would go, having JC win. I don't know that I would have booked this match at all, to be honest, but I'm interested to see what they're going to do. And if JC did win, I wouldn't worry for TNA. Everything at the moment seems to be great for them business-wise. I mean, honestly... It could be a big brawl here. It could be that JC wins, but what about if Trick loses? That way, it's not both belts on NXT talent. It's just that JC has got the TNA Knockouts Championship, but Mike Santana has got the TNA title. I could see that, actually. I could see that. They could go that way. Do you know what, as well? I'm just going to say... The JC reign seems to be about shocking you, surprising you, you doubting her. I don't know that I'm going to doubt her for Sunday now. I think actually they might shock us again and have JC win. Masha's going to kill her. Sure about that? How confident are you? JC's character is about surprising us and getting shocking wins. So if she does win, then maybe Trick loses the TNA title. Right, we're just looking at the history of the Don. We're obviously build into a really big triple threat. Yeah, I mean, Open was okay. I mean, what can JC do when she's got flipping no voice? So I feel a bit sorry for her. Interesting that there's a bit of tension being caused with Fatal Influence. And maybe that's foreshadowing something. And a shame for Masha that she came out and the mic wasn't really working. That was a shame. I don't think anyone massively did anything that was, like, that great. But... yeah, I mean, that segment had issues. Kind of out of their control. And I don't know if they're going to do a 6-person tag, but Masha and Zaruka against Fatal Influence feels like it could be a match tonight, doesn't it? There's the Don, and here's Mike Santana. Now, we do have a tag match tonight of Mike Santana and Joe Hendry and Trick Williams against Dark State. That might be what we're getting right now. Bella sounded, and it seems like it is. Okay. 6-man tag. Let's go. Jam said, I want to see Blake go after the North American title. Not only do I think that she suits it more than the main strap, but not every sign-in deserves to enter the world title scene straight away, said Jam. James said, look, that's live TV for you. Shiz happens sometimes. True. I certainly don't think that's any shade on Masha at all. It's just, as you said, sometimes mics don't work, do they? The janitor said, I worry about the Don. I don't see him working on the main roster. Mayor Pete said, Slammiversary watch along, please, Boomer. I honestly, I really am considering it. I think there'll definitely be something Sunday, but the question is, do we do a SummerSlam retro watch along, which I'm pretty sure WWE Vault are going to do, or do we do the Slammiversary one? Because to be perfectly truthful with you, it's 2 matches that I would be watching it for. It's the NXT matches, you know? I mean, is JC going to win or is Masha going to win? I mean, that's interesting to me because we might see a TNA talent win an NXT championship for the first... we might see a TNA talent win an NXT championship for the first time, a WWE championship for the first time, which would be history. Or equally, JC might be the new TNA Knockouts champion, which would be pretty crazy. So, I mean, that title versus title match, it kind of makes me feel like there is going to be some, to a lesser extent, because, you know, eventually he's going to lose that title to a TNA talent. I'm actually hoping Mike does it this weekend, you know. If I was going to root for... I feel like Trick has already had his little moment with the TNA title. I'm ready for a TNA talent to take it back. I don't think Joe Hendry needs it. He had it before. I don't know that Joe needs to go back to being the champion. He's over anyway. But it feels like Mike Santana's in a really interesting spot. It sort of feels like to me, he feels like someone that would really benefit by being TNA champ. I don't think Joe being TNA champ makes him bigger. I think it was something he wanted to achieve and he's done it. I don't think he needs it. But I think Mike Santana, who's obviously, you know, broken away from Ortiz and is in TNA and is, like, you know, forging his own path now, I think actually he would benefit by being TNA champ. So when it comes to the triple threat, believe it or not, I might not be behind Trick. I might be actually campaigning more behind Mike Santana. I think it would work really well for him. But James said, I can't freaking wait for Slammiversary this Sunday. Robbie said Fatal Influence will have the numbers game at Slammiversary. It's a good point, actually. I wonder if Zaruka could help Masha, or if Masha has got some TNA talent that could help her. Here we go. 6-woman tag tonight. Masha and Zaruka against Fatal Influence. 6-woman tag match tonight. Please be aware, 9 times out of 10 messages with swearing will be blocked, said Dork Knight. Daze, Blake Monroe is the next biggest wrestler, says Zach. Here's Joe Hendry. James said Masha should win. Trick has that TNA title. Masha should have the NXT women's title. I wouldn't mind her having it. I really like her. I really like Masha a lot. The virus has got me into figures and was how I discovered it. I wish I'd been collecting longer and be amongst the figure space from past times, said Jam. Well, I mean, look, the great thing about any kind of community or space or scene constantly moving forward, you know? I mean, I don't think that the Mattel figure space is a space that's dead or done, but not by any means. I mean, it's alive and well and thriving. It's not like punk, you know? I mean, punk music had a real moment in the late 70s, and, you know, really the world had moved on from that. It's not like nu metal, which obviously had its time in the sun for a very short time, and then the world moved on. I think something like the figures is kind of here to stay, to be honest. So if you got into it during the virus, which I think is like the pandemic, then yeah, no, I mean, it's a scene that's still alive and well. I still love it. I mean, I still do figure hunts, and I still try to make them fun, and we're definitely due one. My plan is to definitely do 2 before the end of the year. There is Trick Williams, TNA champion, making his way down to the ring. We've had Joe Hendry in the ring. We've got Trick Williams in the ring. We have got Mike Santana in the ring. Whoop that Trick. Dun 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 dun. Right. Christopher said, my brother lives in Connecticut. He looks like Joe Hendry. It's crazy how much they look alike. Jam said the wrestling figure space is probably at its most popular, but newer creators aren't doing it like Prime Wrestling Daze or even Prime Brett O Live, said Jam. Jam, shout out to you, buds. I can't comment on the figure space, honestly. It's not a space that I like really look at or interact with. So it's not. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. All I know is that I'm kind of blessed in a way that it's not a space that I have to rely on to like just churn content out. You know, we can just sort of dip in, do a video, get back out again, you know. So for me, my goal would be like every time I do a toy hunt, can I just make it the best I can make it? Can I make it fun? Can I make it entertaining? Can I chuck in some jokes? Can I make it worth watching? So yeah, if ever there's a toy hunt that drops on the channel, that thought process will have gone into that video. So I just hope that I can keep adding to the toy hunt catalog, you know, and I suppose in a way it's a bit like an artist that's had like some good albums in the past, some success in the past, still trying to, you know, put out good work. It might not ever, you know, reach the heights that it did in the past. I mean, you know, I think the most watched video on the channel is a toy hunt that did like 4 million views. I mean, I don't think we're ever getting that again. I'd love it if we did, but I don't think we're ever doing that again. But you know, can I still get the quality out even if the views don't get to those numbers? Hopefully, that's the goal. We are underway. Jared said, "Can I get a happy birthday from my favorite creator of all time, Wrestling Daze?" Sadly, I'm not as young as you, but you'll get there," said Jared. Jared, happy birthday, my friends. My understanding is that Jared is 52 today, which, yeah, it's all right, to be honest. You've still got plenty to go. You probably got another good few years in you, so. But yeah, happy birthday, Jared, 52. Told me in a private message he'd been watching for about 50 years. Got into it when he was like 2 years old. 50 years of watching wrestling. Remembers Fabulous Moolah in her prime. Mae Young in her prime. Watching some of these absolute legends of the past. Lou Thez and, you know, caught the tail end of Ed Strangler Lewis. And, oh. So, Jared, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Yeah, people saying happy birthday. You might have to say it a little louder. Once you get to a certain age, it can be hard of hearing. But happy birthday, buds. Happy birthday. 52. It's a good achievement. Honestly, it is, honestly. There's a lot of people that don't make it that far. Oof. I think you nearly double the age of Lisa Left Eye, for example. I was watching a TLC documentary last night. Had it on in the background. Love a little bit of TLC. Yeah, don't go chasing waterfalls. I don't want no scrubs. And I was watching that. I didn't realise the kind of drama and the struggles that group had been through, but... Oh, knees up there by Trick. We are at, I think, commercial break at the moment, for those wondering. But we've still got the action on. Santana is in there with... well, I can't remember that guy's name. Osiris, is it? Osiris. Muggsy said these 5 months, they've gone by so fast. Muggsy, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Yes, time goes fast, doesn't it? Cal said, Daze, mate, hope you're well. I urge fans to give WWE time with their booking. There's lots of stories to rewrite now that Seth is injured. It could take some time for them to find their feet creatively. Cal, I hear your plea, but knowing wrestling fans as well as I do, patience is not something that we massively possess. It better be good, and it better be good right now. So, yeah. But the other thing I would say about wrestling fans is that they are very, very loyal. You know, we might not have much patience, and we might complain and moan a lot. This guy certainly does. But it takes a flipping lot to drive us away. Do you know what I mean? Even as we're going, like, people, I get people saying to me, like, I don't think I can do it anymore. I just don't feel the same about wrestling. And I'm like, oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, mate. Perhaps a break would be, you know, good. And then literally that person's there going, oh my God, Raw was actually really good this week. I thought you was going away. I thought you said you were done. Nah, I gave it some thought. I thought I'd give it one last look before I left. It's like, you know that they're kind of those at the party where they're like, yeah, we'll go. And they're like, oh, it's been so good. And they're like kind of edging to the door. And they're like, I have one more drink. Should have one more. Should we have one more? Should we have one more? And even as they're going out the door, they're like that. Had a really good time, thank you. We can have one more though, couldn't we? We'll have one more. Like, you can't get rid of them. So, lack of patience, but fiercely loyal. Yeah? Fiercely loyal. That's literally all wrestling fans. All wrestling fans. Every single one. Right now, Mike Santana is being kept down. Saturday night's main event to me didn't seem to have the nostalgia of the past show, said Christopher. Yeah, maybe. Do you know, I read a comment from Triple H. He was talking about Evolution and about how they did not rely on nostalgia and legends. He's like, if you watched Evolution, you'll notice we focused on the present and the future. We didn't focus on the past as much. We still had people in the crowd being shown, but like in the ring, we didn't focus on the past as much. And it was like that was a conscious decision. And I wonder if he kind of felt the same for Saturday night's main event. I wonder if Saturday night's main event, there was a conscious decision to, you know, we've already got Goldberg. So, and Jelly Roll. Elbows there by Mike Santana. Can't wait for UFC on Saturday, said Stephen. Ben said, I feel I've learned more about aging and reproduction from jock days than I did back in university. Yes. I feel like we've probably educated people on those areas even more so than we have about pro wrestling, to be honest. Roll through there by Mike Santana. Lovely. Rolling through into like some stunners. Couple of stunners. Santana down. We got Hendry over by in the corner. We got Saquon. Saquon grabbing the legs of Mike Santana. Tag being made. In comes Joe Hendry. Clothesline. Clothesline. Bang. Shots coming in by Joe Hendry. He's mixing it up with Osiris. Swing and a miss. Hendry into a DDT. Right now, duck underneath. Picking up Dion. And looking for a fall away. Gets it. And a kip up. Gets it. Here's Saquon from behind. Spinning Joe around. Yeah, that looks stupid. He kind of tried to jump and do, I think, a bit of a crossbody, but Joe Hendry caught him. Joe turns around, grabs Saquon again, picks him up, has got him on the shoulders, plants him, going for the pin. 1, 2, and save by Dark State. Save by Dark State. Shots coming in. Over to the outside goes Trick. Joe booting out Dark State. Dark State really all over the shop here. Really struggling. We've had a quarter of the show sorted already. Trick's in there. Guys, they're not coexisting. They're not coexisting. Oh my God, this is a nightmare. They've just laid out Trick Williams. Kick coming in there by Mike Santana. Over the top to the outsides. Joe Hendry, Mike Santana. Going to the outsides. Santana, man. He's ready to be crowned. Back in the ring. Goes Dark State. Okay, Dark State have actually regrouped. What the hell's going on now? Trust the system. The system are coming out. The system are here from TNA. Now we've got bell sounding. We've got Carnage. We got Chaos. We got oh, it's nice to see Kurt Hawkins. TNA is showing unity as we have got the system, we have got Mike Santana, we have got Joe Hendry. Are we going to get Dark State and Trick versus the system, Mike Santana and Joe Hendry? Here's Carmen. Here's Callie. I saw this on social media earlier. Okay, let's get some match scores. The system are here. Who are they, said Jared's. TNA cats. The system. The system. Mackenzie, sorry to hear that you're struggling, but I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling. I'm sure the community is going to rally round Mackenzie now. You're certainly not alone with that. We get a lot of people kind of getting in touch saying they're going through some difficult times, dude. So just know you're not alone. Hopefully, NXT can provide a much-needed distraction as Callie Armstrong is coming out. But the Women's Evolve Champion, Callie the Problem Armstrong. I don't know that that's her name. Callie Armstrong coming out. Shock the system. Porky Pig sending some love Mackenzie's way. Same with James as well. Hello, here's Jordan. Here's Jordan as well. Jordan, oh God, commercial break. Callie versus Carmen. Jordan has just arrived. She's going to be looking for Blake Monroe. So we've got all that coming up as well. Zach, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. James said, HBK has booked NXT really good since taking over. But from the standpoint, which area needs improvement? That's a really good question. I think that... I think it's really difficult with NXT because obviously you build up talent and then you sort of lose that talent. So, you know, Julia, Stephanie, Roxanne, you know, we've said goodbye to those girls. And, you know, that, of course, has now meant that the women's division is a little bit soft. You know, we don't have that kind of real top level. I mean, you can say Jordan Grace, of course. It was great to bring Blake Monroe over. You know, that plugged a gap. But, yeah, you know, we're kind of looking at Jada. We're looking at JC, of course, at the moment. We're having a look at, like, what can we do with Soul? What can we do with Kalani? You know, there's people there that need to have their kind of first run with, like, a belt in a top promotion. Of course, Stephanie has already achieved that. Julia has already achieved that. We've got a lot of girls here that are very inexperienced. So I'm not saying that's an area of improvement, but it is clearly an area that can improve. The more experience they get, the more that we use them, showcase them, and the more we can build them, the better that women's division will be. Men's division, maybe a similar story, to be honest. I mean, Ober's at the top. You've got Trick around. I think it's good having Trick around. And obviously we can bring in some TNA talent. We've, you know, Masha coming over is interesting. Joe coming over helps a lot as well because of his, you know, fan base and star power. You got Ricky Saints. You've got Ethan Page. I think the men's division is okay. Jasper Troy's an interesting addition. Javon Evans is interesting. I do think you've got some people that were struggling to move on. You know, Tony, for example. Does he feel like he's ready to be called up? I mean, he should be, considering how long he's been there. Andre Chase has been in NXT for a while. Does he feel ready to call up? Probably not, actually. He probably doesn't. Lash Legend feels not too bad, actually, but she's been in NXT a long time. But she doesn't feel too bad. They clearly see something in her because they let go of Jakara. So instead we had, they kept Lash. So I think they see something there. So there's maybe a little problem with some people not developing, not moving on. There's definitely a little problem with losing the amount of women that we've lost. Tag division, I don't think is a major focus. Because to be honest, I don't think the tag division on the main roster is a major focus. I don't think NXT doesn't really need to produce tag teams because you can always throw some singles guys together on the main roster and just create teams. So we don't really... I know some people will say the tag division needs improving, but to be honest with you, why? Because we don't massively need to be producing tag teams because, you know, you can always put singles guys together to create teams. We've got Hank and Tank, we've got OTM, you know, we've got some teams. There's things that we're doing, but I don't think that would be my top priority. I think the way it feels to me, I'm going to give you an answer now, right? After exploring some notable, honourable mentions, I think to me, NXT feels like it's in a really good place, but it just needs time to get all the pieces bedded in. So you've got Evolve, but that's only, 10 weeks old, 12 weeks old, something like this. So that has not been going very long. So we haven't really figured out how to use the Evolve talent on NXT. You know, we're seeing Callie Armstrong next. I think this is going to be her first time on the show. It's going to be the first time that the Evolve Women's Champion is on the show. So I sort of feel like that needs to be bedded in. I sort of feel like the whole next in line, LFG, WWE ID. We haven't even crowned WWE ID people yet. But I sort of feel like once all these things are bedded in and you're just constantly feeding talent in, you know, like I think then we'll be in a really good place. So I actually think a lot of work has been done in NXT. I think a lot of work has been done. You know, Evolve starting was huge. Huge. I think it was huge because it took away that real bottom level and gave them their own show. So now you'll only see them when they're much higher up the chain. So it means the quality of NXT is higher. But actually when you bring them in, how you bring them in, how you present them, how often you present them, we haven't really dug into that. Same with the LFG winners. We've only done one season of LFG. And, you know, I'd say the way they've used Jasper Troy has been really good. But again, we need to kind of flesh that out and bed that in, don't we? So I think, honestly, my honest answer is that there's no drastic changes that need to be made. NXT has been the best brand this year. I think there's been some major things that they've put in, but a lot of these things are new. And we just need to make sure that we're really fleshing them, like getting them bedded in. Like really, you know, the relationship with TNA feels like it's been around a little while now. That's not as new. But yeah, we're still kind of learning there. Can we do other partnerships? What about the AAA relationship? Do we need to do more there? Do we need to do more with the Noah relationship? You know, I think Inamura's been a success. You know, when Inamura goes back, do we get someone else? When do we bring in some AAA talent? Do we do something similar there? Does Mr. Iguana have a run for 3 months or something? So honestly, I don't think it's massive changes. I think that the NXT system is working really well. And I think you ask most people, they'll say that the NXT brand is the best brand, and it's been the best this year. So I think it'd be silly to sort of say that you have to rip it up and change this and change that. I just think it's like they're doing really good stuff, and we need to just get it all bedded in, and we need to get it all settled down. So that's my answer. Obviously, you'd love to bring in more top-level talent. I don't know who's out there, though. You know, of course, the men's division could do with a bit more to it. The women's division could do with a bit more to it. The tag division could do with a bit more to it. But who is there to go and get? Who is there that you could go and sign? I mean, you're competing with AEW for people's signatures, for example. So I think it's probably better to look at the system and look at, like, is the system working? And I think that there's a lot of new things they've set up that are good, but just need time to really find their stride, you know. Going against the ropes, picking up. It's going to be really interesting, actually, to see how does Callie look. And if you've never seen Callie... No, Jordan, no! Callie is taken out by Jordan. Jordan grabs Carmen... I love that. I don't know what that is. It's like a stretch muffler suplex. No, I wanted to watch this. I wonder if they'll do that match tomorrow. I wonder if they'll be like, we never got to do this now, but we'll run it tomorrow on Evolve. That, you see what I was saying about, like, exploring how you use Evolve and NXT? That's an example, actually. Whoa, what's this? Breaking news? So we're just having a look at the betrayal, but Blake Monroe has got a message for Jordan Grace. Okay. Look at this. Singles debut next week. Well, there we go. So we got our answer. We're going to stay with the same presentation for a heel Blake Monroe. We're gonna continue with the like animation stuff and her being in the bath and all of that. Jordan has clotheslined Stevie and planted Mr. Stone. Ava's coming out now with security. Okay, there is LFG. There is Bailey, Humphrey, Shiloh Hill, and these people. Trick Williams. Newsflash. When your Trick-or-Nay champion tells you to move, I suggest you move. LFG, let's talk about it. It's big, isn't he, this guy? You're wasting my time, says Trick. So, Undertaker's calling. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Taker. Yes, sir. That's Undertaker probably saying, don't let him talk to you that way. That was great that he had that as his ringtone. Yeah, so, do you know what? There's a perfect flipping demonstration. How do you have LFG fit in with NXT? How do you have Evolve fit in with NXT? How do you make sure that they are providing top, really interesting, really engaging talent that's going to make NXT... I mean, ideally, people watch LFG, care about the LFG talent, then they come to NXT, and that would, you know, if I watched LFG, I'd probably be more excited about that segment. Right? Just like how I wanted to see how Callie... Because, like, not everyone watches Evolve. So I was quite interested, like, how the non-Evolve viewers were about to... Well, what they were about to think of Callie Armstrong, right? And I think I literally just said that as flipping Jordan came down and stopped the match. And I was like, oh, goddamn, I wanted to watch that. I wanted to see what people were going to say, like if she looked good or I might have to check Evolve out or whatever. So I feel like you've got quite a few things feeding into NXT that need to find their feet. We need to figure out how to best showcase them, how they best support NXT. And if we can get all of that clicking, we could be in such a good place. Shiloh Hill's got the young look of a young Bray, or am I tripping? No, you can see it. Daze, do we think that you should start streaming from the bath like Blake? Oh, I suppose so. It'd be a nightmare to get my PC in there, to be honest, though, and this microphone and the camera and everything. But yeah, I suppose, yeah, it'd be fun, wouldn't it? I did wonder how they were going to present her now she's a heel. I did wonder if they would like tweak the presentation, but no, not at all. Kept it all the same, animation, bath, everything. Kept it the same. Right. I don't know why people like Bubba. I love Bubba. He is always in character, says Corey. Kader said, Nightmare, definitely. I don't know why they don't use Roland instead of American Badass. Blake Monroe had some strong Tony Storm flavour to it. It definitely is a different spin on it with more of a Barbie vibe, said Sean. I like Shiloh in LFG, said Tony. On a side note, Daze, the podcast Undertaker and his wife is blooming awful. Yeah, I agree. I actually liked it when he was with his mate. Yeah, that really grew on me. They actually, you know, at first they were sort of in his gym and it felt a bit too informal. Didn't feel, I don't know, it didn't feel quite right. But then they got a studio and a really nice background, and it just felt like you was listening to a group of friends chatting and taking the mick out of each other. It was good. I thought it was good, and people seemed to enjoy it. And then I think Fanatics purchased it, and it now lives on the WWE YouTube channel rather than it being on his own channel. And I don't know why they changed it. I don't know why they've now insist on it being his wife rather than, I can't remember the guy's name that he used to do it with, but I feel like you've I don't know why you've changed it. You've took something that was working and you've changed it, and that sucks. So yeah, it must suck for that guy as well. I feel sorry for him, to be honest. But you know, it is what it is, isn't it? Money ruins everything. Oh, did you see that money had ruined Lily? Let me show you. Let me show you how money has ruined Lily now. Not that I care, but look at this. Look, pay attention. There is the old Lily, right? Can you see like how much there is wrapped around the legs? How that is like dirty. Oh, here's Jasper Troy. Look at the detail in this Lily. Look at all the wrapping. Look at like how dirty it looks. Look at it. Well, there we go. Ricky Saints is going to bend the knee or I'm going to break him, said Jasper Troy. It just looks rubbish. If you look at this, if you look at that one, look, as I said, you can see how it's wrapped around and it looks rough and it looks scary. I mean, I was so impressed with that when I first saw it because it looks like a film prop. I mean, it looks like a lot of care has gone into it. It looks like it's not cheap to make. Like, there's a lot of detail there with it, like, wrapped around the throat. Rubbish. Just rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. I bet the margin there, the profit margin was quite small. I bet the profit margin here is a lot bigger because that clearly is more detailed and more effort has gone into it than this nonsense. Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Just another example of it being flipping ruined. I didn't think I'd rant about how they ruined Lily. Time's weird, isn't it? Time's weird. I don't give a flip about Lily. Don't care. But I don't like seeing people being ripped off when you could have had something that looked pretty sick, like a movie out of a prop film. And now that just looks like flipping. They could probably churning them out for about £2 in China. And they sell them for $44.99. That one was probably like £5 to make, you know. Right, we've just got right now we got Tony. This is the final ride of the D'Angelo family. Let's go. Is that match now or? Yes, it is. Right. Wow. Here we go. Here we go. I thought this was going to be the main event. They really built this up over the weekend. Here we go. Oh, he does say NXT Heritage Cup champion. It does have the graphic that shows him as NXT Heritage Cup champion. Let's do a poll, shall we? And see who you think is going to win. Who wins? Stacks, Tony, Luca. Who's going to get the victory? Here's Luca Crusifino. For any good that's happened since TKO have come in, they have done more to ruin it by selling out with ads and ticket prices, corner cut-ins. It's sad, said Steve. I agree. I agree. I think that they're constantly looking at profit margin. I think they're constantly looking at, like, how do we, you know, make this as profitable as possible. Here is Luca. Right, commercial break again. I feel like there's quite a few I know it won't be any different than normal. But it just feels like commercial break this week. Right. I'm going to go with Stacks, said James. Wrestler Andy said, if you had time to do a second non-sports channel, what would you talk about? Do you know what? I found a channel that I really love, and I think I would want to do something along those lines. It's called Train Records, and it's all about... It's a clever idea, to be honest. It's all about albums that just completely ruined artists' careers, and... I was actually watching some of those when I was in Egypt, and I found them really insightful, really interesting. And what I liked about it was there's a few artists that I don't know loads about. And so it was really interesting to hear a little bit about their careers and then hear what was going wrong. So, for example, there's an episode on the album after Limp Bizkit's Chocolate Starfish. I mean, if you think about Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish, the album with Rollin' and all those kind of hits that were on that album, and how big that album was. If you're anything like me, you might not know what came next for Limp Bizkit. I did not follow Limp Bizkit that closely. If anyone was to be like, can you tell me about Limp Bizkit? I can speak for a few minutes on it, and I can talk about some of their songs, and I can talk about the Chocolate Starfish thing. I can talk a little bit about new metal. I can't really tell you much of what happened after. And actually, they followed it up with... Oh, God, I can't remember the name of the album now. But they followed it up with an album. And I remember the cover. It was like a green cover with, I think, Fred Durst's face kind of on the front. And I don't remember anything from that album. I don't remember anything out of Limp Bizkit after Chocolate Starfish album. And Train Records is... a series of videos that looks at those albums that ruined careers and why they ruined careers, and what it was that kind of really what it was that did it. I mean, I think in regards to that one, the new metal phase was kind of starting to fade away. So if the genre of music that you are known for is starting to fall out of popularity, what are you going to do for your follow-up album? You know, do you do more of the same even though the audience has diminished? Or do you try and, you know, do something a little bit different? And actually, the point the guy said was that the first track, the single of that album that followed Chocolate Starfish was just it just did not hit, and it just seemed a bit unfocused. And if you actually pick it apart, the track itself doesn't really make much sense, and the video for it didn't really make sense, and it was a bit bloated, and it didn't have the energy of the Chocolate Starfish album. And I think on there they do a cover of Behind Blue Eyes. They didn't want to make an album at that time, and they were forced into it to try and, like, you know, keep the momentum going, but they didn't want to do it. And I'd imagine it takes a lot of research, watching a lot of interviews and stuff like that. But yeah, no, if I was going to do a non-sports, non-wrestling one, I think like digging into famous albums and digging into albums that sort of ruined careers and, you know, things along those lines. They did one on Katy Perry's Witness album, which I think was like a follow-up to Prism. And it's regarded as like one of the biggest flopping, bombing albums of all time. But I actually like some of the tracks on that album. I actually don't mind it. So it was really interesting to see why that didn't quite land and what the thing was. So I really enjoyed that I actually dug into quite a few of those videos, and I was like, oh yeah, man, if I wasn't doing wrestling, pro wrestling, I think I could definitely get my teeth into some in that kind of space, you know. So it'd be that. It would be something along those lines. Certainly something to do with music. Certainly something to do with. I think those kind of stories are really interesting. You know, in a way, it's a little bit like we talk about with if you make it in wrestling, you've made it in wrestling, so now you've got to capitalize on it. You know, and I think like it's really interesting to look at like why. You didn't capitalize on it where the issue was, you know. I suppose you could do a similar series in wrestling, like why did Naomi's glow character fail? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Why did no one feel the glow? What were the barriers? What were the frustrations? Maybe dig into her social media and dig into interviews around the time, see what people were saying, and you know, maybe you could do something like that in the wrestling space. But yeah, Train Records is what that series was called. Here's Lash. Okay, so Lash is setting her sights on the winner of Sunday. Okay, Jada Parker interrupting. Okay, so Jada said, I had the whole crowd chanting my name. You're not the only one that made an impression. Are we going to get Lash against Jada, maybe? Right. Oh, my God. Stax and Luca have been in the ring. That probably makes... that's okay. If it was Stax and Tony, I think it'd be hard to believe that they'd been in the ring and not killed each other by now. But I could believe that Luca and Stax can sort of be in a ring together. But here's Tony. We've got the family triple threat coming up as we start the second hour. And, yeah, there's not been loads of wrestling. I mean, like, at the moment, I've got written down 6-man tag and then Callie against Carmen, which, I mean, didn't even really get started. Not really a need to score that. So I feel like there's been a bit of a lack of wrestling in that first hour. Hopefully we're going to get something really tasty here. There's obviously been quite the story, quite the builds. WrestleRant said that would be dope. There is a decent market for that, actually. I do enjoy that type of stuff, that rise and fall of different musicians. I agree, because even the rise is something that I don't really know about. For example, I watched a TLC documentary last night. It was on Netflix. Well, I didn't really know how they came about. I didn't really know like what was before Crazy Sexy Cool. I've never heard their first album, actually. It was not a massive success over here. It's not an album that ever really features. Everyone talks about Crazy Sexy Cool, but they don't talk about their first album, so... It was interesting to find out how they started, but then also why did the bubble burst? Why did TLC not go on to have, a decade of hits? So yeah, interesting. Right, here we go. Shot coming in there by Tony, and back elbow there to Stax. Tony against the ropes. Nails Luca. Nails Stax. Kick coming in there to Luca. Who is going to get this? I would imagine Tony would be the favorite because, he's the experienced guy. He's the leader of the family. You'd like to think it's a little bit like when Randy took on Ted DiBiase Jr. and Cody of Legacy. Randy went in as favorite. Of course he did. And it feels a little bit like that here. Kick coming in. Down goes Stax. As Tony looks in his direction, Stax is down on his knees and he runs to the corner on his knees. He's trying to get his crowbar, but the crowbar is not there. You don't think I don't know you? Tony is, I really like that. It shows that Tony is one step ahead. All the bases have been covered by Tony. Tony says, you think I don't know you? A throw of Stacks. Luca collides into Tony. Luca and Stacks are going at it, though. Kick coming in there by Luca. He's going for a double suplex. No joy. Stacks and... oh, into a double DDT there by Luca. Right now we've got Luca against the ropes. Tony coming over. Tony going to the outsides. Duck underneath. Nice knee there by Luca. Tony grabs Stacks, drags him to the outsides. Right now, Luca. Oh, I like that. That's good. I like that by Luca. That, like, slide underneath that bottom rope. It was quick. He executed it. There wasn't, like, a period where it was, like, trying to get the crowd on board. Like, he just, against the ropes, smashed into them. Luca holding on. Tony trying to suplex him to the outside. Big boot there by Stacks, though. Fast pace this as Stacks comes down on Luca. Luca lands on Tony. Akeem said, I heard the singer from Limp Bizkit was related to AJ Styles. I deleted We're On Together ECW before WWE TakeOver. I have no idea if the Fred Durst and AJ are related. I would imagine not, but I don't know. The Beach Kevin said, one thing to remember is that Tony is best friends with Bron Breakker. So I bet that Bron has put in a good word about him with the main roster management, says the Beach Kevin. Into the ring steps goes Luca. Limp Bizkit is what I call a digestive after it breaks in a cuppa, said James. And also, I've tweeted you some. Trick, you disrespect my LFG team. You disrespect me. I'll be in H-Town next week, with or without the TNA title. You might want to stay out of my yard. Wow. Wow. Tight Sinister tagging me in that as well. And wow. Next week, apparently, there's going to be an Undertaker Trick Williams confrontation. And actually, J Omega tagging me in a WrestleVotes tweet that has also dropped 8 minutes ago that has confirmed there will be an Undertaker Trick Williams confrontation next week. Wow. Let's go. One more match. One more match. One more match. One more match. Not for Trick. Tony right now keeping Stacks down. Based on information, Fred Durst and AJ Styles don't appear to be related, says Nightmare Fatty. Thank you, my friends. Shot coming in. Back against the rope. Another big blow coming in as Luca is in control. Shots to the midsection. And right now, Stacks grabbing a hold of Luca, throwing him to the outsides. He's going up top right now, through the rope, stomp to the back. And right now, Stacks is down, and a save being made there by Tony. Luca is down. Stacks and Luca are talking to each other at the moment. Slaps coming in, big shots coming in there by Tony. Tony back against the ropes. Knee to the midsection. Roll up by Tony. Stacks is down. Stacks reverses into a crossface. Crossface applied. Right now, we've got a crossface. No, headlock being applied by Luca. Right now, we've got Stacks on his knees going over and into the corner. Kick to the midsection. And again. Right now, going over and knee in the face of Tony. I still think that Luca is working with Stacks and he'll help him win. I also still think that Trick is working with Dark State. And I think he told them to fight so that people don't think so, said Leo. Christopher said, Daze, the days of VHS and DVDs and CD albums is behind us. I miss it. Growing up back then was the best time. I know, but I know it sucks. That's the closest I can get to sort of like having a music collection. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. I actually think I need to scroll through and be inspired that way. Actually having access to everything. It's too overwhelming. It's a bit like Netflix. Sometimes you go on Netflix and you just scroll. Whereas actually, you know, with a device like this, which is a little music player, you can hold like, you know, 1,000 albums, 2,000 albums. But, you know, it's just the top stuff, the essential stuff, the stuff that you really care about. Not like endless stuff that you might like, but maybe you won't, you know. To be honest, as long as you've got Sade, you're fine. That's all you need. A bit of Sade. Maybe a bit of Bjork. Nirvana, Nevermind. Bit of Radiohead. Might want a little Miles Davis on there. You definitely want some Johnny Cash. But, yeah, no, I've really loved getting this and kind of putting music onto it. It's been really good. Going underneath the ring. Oh, there's the crowbar. Stacks kicking out at Tony. Shot to the midsection there by Tony. Into the ring step goes Tony. They've worked at such a fast pace. Stacks in the ring looking to draw. Oh, mate. Dropped a knee to the back of the head there of Tony. Tony with the shoulder up. That did feel like it was going to be the moment he was going to put him away, you know. Knee to the back of the head looked really good. Luca down on the outside. Tony down. But Stacks has got him. Uppercut coming in. And again there by Stacks. Shot to the back of the head. Right now we've got Tony through the ropes as Stacks is going up. Sign in the crowd says, boo, you suck. Tony moves out the way. Oh, there's Luca. Luca has got Stacks in the corner. Charges in. Oh, mate, down he goes. Luca looking to suplex. Tony. Shot coming in. Round the back there by Stacks. Tony goes over. He goes round the back. We got a triple German spot. Triple German spot. Luca down. Stacks down. Tony with the pin. No joy. No joy. This match continues. The action continues. Right now, we got Stacks over one side. We got Tony down. We got Luca down. It's a real scramble, this. It's a real scramble. Nightmare said, I don't miss paying $20 for a CD, though, that has only got one song on that I like. I don't miss having to go to a video store to pick up a movie. Oh, I do. I do. Bang! Stacks going down. Luca down. Tony down. Right now, we've got Luca in the corner. We got Stacks over the other side. Luca charging in. Bang! Collides into Stacks. Over the other side as well. Boo! Colliding into both. Big boot there by Stacks. Looking for a takedown. Rolled through. Trying to get back up. He's got him up in the air. Into the turnbuckle. Big boot coming in there by Luca. Luca going over the other side, going up, going to the outsides. Luca, over the top, collides into Tony, collides into Stacks. Luca now in control. Double knees. Tony goes down. Let's end the poll. Oh, lovely. Net breaker to shoulder up by Stacks. So Tony, 49%, Stacks, 33%, Luca, 16%. So you lot think that this is going to be Tony that's going to get this. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Tony comes over, kick coming in there by Luca, and again, back against the ropes, shatter machine. Stacks might get it. Luca to the outside here. Stacks. 1, 2. Oh. Shoulder up. You gotta be kidding me, said Stacks. I think the underboss thought he had it there. He had thrown Luca to the outside. I think he thought he had it. Luca. Oh, right now there's Luca. Luca grabbing a hold of that crowbar. He's grabbing Stacks. Hurls him out in the ring. It's actually Luca. What we got here? Luca's going to get that crowbar. Luca with the crowbar. Luca with the crowbar. Swing. No. Gets driven into the ring post. Luca goes down. Stacks now looking at the crowbar. Grabs the crowbar. Here we go. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, through the platform. Wow, Tony out of nowhere. Tony out of nowhere. Drive. Oh, my God. Did you see how he hurled him back out? Look at that. Vic Joseph with a DJ Jazzy Jeff reference. Crowd are really ignited. Crowd really enjoyed that. Picks him up. Oh! Commentary table explodes. Commentary table. Oh! Horrific. 1, 2, 3. Tony wins. Wow, that match deserved a monster finish. And that is exactly what it got. Absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. A monster finish. Look at that, mate. There was no half measures there. There was no half measures. He went so hard into that kind of platform area. Really impressive finish. Match was a good pace and it had some nice moments. I don't know that the match... I don't know how the match would have scored. I think that ending has really done some heavy lifting for the match score. I think the match was probably high-end good, but maybe it's now just clicked into great with that finish. And it had a lovely pace to it as well. What is the future gonna hold? Is looking at the hat but walking away. What does the future hold for Tony? What does the future hold for Luca? What does the future hold for Stacks? I'm gonna cry. It's so emotional. We're just seeing last week with Charlie Dempsey and Tavian and Ren, and there we go. The towel was thrown in. The towel was thrown in. Why would you do it? You're a badass, Tavian. Tavian wants his shot. Here's Charlie. There's always next week, says Charlie. He struggles with his promos, Charlie, doesn't he? I would never leave y'all, says Ren. So, still issues in the NQCC. Here is Josh Briggs. Charlie's personality just comes from the Ren interactions. He needs to step it up, said Dr. Luchalala. His voice, it's very monotone, isn't it? It's a little bit like the Ronda issue, actually. Her promos were very monotone. Kind of he's not a very expressive kind of person with his promos. I mean, you see Tavian being really big and Ren, you know, it's not about leaving the NQC. It's not about that, Ren. And then you have Charlie coming in going, Tavian, how are you? You know, if you're feeling bad, we could have another match next week. That's my Charlie Dempsey impression. And then on the other side, you got Tavian. Like, it's not about that. I just want my shot. I just want what's mine. Well, we could have another match next week. Charles needs to go and visit his dad's promo class, says Jennifer. I don't know why Charlie reminds me so much of Dean Ambrose, said Liam. Daze, do you remember the bit where Goldberg started laughing when Gunther chopped him? Ariel Hawani asked him about it. He said he didn't mean to. He just thought it was going to hurt, but it didn't. Oh. Well, it's brilliant to see wrestlers supporting other wrestlers, isn't it? Jesus, talk about killing his aura. Yeah, no, I thought he would hurt me, but didn't even feel it. To be honest, I was battling myself more than Gunther. You know, at my age and my issues that I've got, you know, I've busted money and everything. Really, it was me against me. Did I have enough to win the match? And unfortunately, I did. I could have been in there with anyone. Didn't really make any difference. Jesus Christ, Bill, come on. Put the man over. Mate, it hurt. It hurt. I tell you what, that picture might have caught me smiling, but I weren't smiling seconds after the impact of that was felt. He is every bit as solid as you think. But no, let's not do that. Let's just make out like he chops like a girl. Jesus Christ. I think he's bitter anyway about how it all finished. He seemed really frustrated with how it all went and played out, so... Oh, it's done now. Let's just move on. It's in the past. Ansel said best Battle Royal matches moments. Raw, SmackDown, NXT pay-per-view, Championship Battle Royals, Andre Battle Royal. Which one do you like? Battle Royals. I think a lot of Battle Royals, honestly, are really just to get us a number one contender or something like that. I'm trying to think of, like, big, important Battle Royals. There was one at WrestleMania 4 with which Brett won. It was okay. I wasn't blown away by it, but it was okay. Oh, I'll tell you what, the WrestleMania 2 one with Andre was good because it had a load of NFL players in, which I didn't care about, but there was a little bit of, like, NFL versus WWE vibe. I remember Big John Studd arguing with, I think it was William the Refrigerator Perry, and so he was arguing with this guy before the Battle Royal, and then of course that actually is Bruno Sammartino's only WrestleMania appearance, like in ring. He's in the Battle Royal. Bruno Sammartino does compete at WrestleMania. My heart. He does compete at WrestleMania, but it is in that Battle Royal. So you want to talk about favourite Battle Royal moments? Might be that. Might be the fact that we did get Bruno Sammartino actually in a ring competing at WrestleMania, but it was in a Battle Royal. It'd be like, it was the Roman Reigns of his day, and that's the only time you get to see him at WrestleMania. It was at one coming out with his son, but... actually in the ring there. So that's a real moment for me. I think in more recent years, I remember the Andre Battle Royal, the one that Cesaro won. And I remember that being really good, really, really good. Like, I think he picks up Big Show, and that was when, like, picking up Big Show felt like an achievement. We see a lot of, like, Brawns being picked up and big guys being picked up, Otis being picked up, whatever, but actually getting Big Show up, and I think didn't he pick him up and eliminate him? Like, I remember that being really good. Really, really good. So, yeah, there's a few. I mean, I think the more memorable ones tend to be at pay-per-views. We've seen a lot that they've done throughout the years on NXT and Raw, SmackDown. I can't really remember any kind of significant moments in particular. But, yeah. Probably my favourite moment is going to be the Bruno one. The fact that he was actually in a Battle Royal at WrestleMania. Right, we've got boos for Briggs. Briggs is in the ring. He didn't want to win as bad as I wanted him to win, says Briggs. I've been here for 4 years. And I've not even sniffed an NXT championship opportunity, said Josh Briggs. Inamura is too nice. He's shaking that microphone. That microphone is shaking. I wonder why. I wonder if that's nerves or if there's like adrenaline or... I mean, listen, it's a big deal, even if you've been there a long time, to get in the ring on your own and cut a promo to the camera whilst the crowd are chanting around you like you're going into the lion's den. I thought it was really interesting how he was... I wonder if that was... No, I hope it was nerves. Here's the champ. Da-dum. 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 All he wants to do is sniff the title, said Rob. The best part of that match of the family was Tony D giving Stacks the Jazzy Jeff treatment at the end from the Fresh Prince. The real no said Wrestle Rants. Here is there's another fly. Got it. The ruler was always going to come out on top, whatever happened, says Ober. You ruined it. I saw you drowning in the deep end, but Inamura let you up for air. You're going to break. Nothing lasts forever, says Briggs. Ah, Inamura's here. Inamura said, "You don't speak for me." Okay, so we've got Ober, Briggs, Inamura. Quiet. I am my own man. I'll do what it takes. But I will do it with honor. Look, there's a guy in the background who's like, yeah! Honor! How about this? Next week, Triple threat. Triple threat. Your pride will be your eventual downfall. Whoa, he goes after Ober there, unloading on Ober. Shots coming in. Big shot again there by Briggs. There we go, Briggs. Clothesline, Ober to the outsides. Inamura is down. Briggs is going over. We got loads of referees making their way as officials are trying to separate these two. Ober, Briggs, Inamura. Vic Joseph said we're going to have to wait and see if Ava is going to make that match. Right here, look, we got JC, we have got Jasmine, we have got Fallon. They're all getting ready for our main event. Goldberg is better than Brett, in my opinion, says Brony. Everything Josh Briggs does just doesn't work. Look at the crowd. They're not giving a single shiz about the promo. Why do they insist on pushing Briggs when he just isn't that guy, says Brony. This is very bad, said Wrestling Russ. Briggs did a bad job of putting on his spray tan on his arm, said Jungle Love. Please don't hurt the blonde ref, said Akeem. Rob said, my mom rolled her eyes when I told her, there you go, a triple threat match next week. She hates triple threats. Thomas said, very bad. Briggs isn't very good, is he, said Steve. Brony, not feeling it. That was horrible, said Nightmare Fatu. Liam said, I'd love the betting odds on Goldberg rocking up in AEW and having a retirement match. Oh, yes. I would love those odds as well, Liam. I would love those odds as well. The only problem they've got is what footage can they show, because they have not got rights to Goldberg's WCW career, and they do not have rights, obviously, to the WWE stuff. So what video package could they put together? I mean, I don't think they could put anything together, could they? So it's going to be really hard to celebrate his career and everything when you've got no footage you can show. But, you know, they can still give him that final match on a big stage and give him the opportunity to talk and it not get cut off. That's a really good shout. That's a really good shout. Leo said, I think WWE should hire you as commentator. You've got plenty of practice from the streams, said Leo. Leo, shout out to you. I actually think it's a really hard job. I think it's a really hard job. I don't think that it's I don't think it's easy at all. I mean, you've got to tell the story of the match. You know, you've got to obviously correctly call all the moves. And to be honest with you, I do find it hard sometimes because there are moves that are universal, but when a certain person does it, it changes the name. Like, you know, for example, a razor's edge becomes an ego's edge. You know, the unprettier is the unpretty her when Chelsea does it. And so you've got like these like universal moves that have these kind of specific individual names depending on who's doing it. And so you have to have a catalogue in your mind of like, okay, no, such and such is doing that, so it's actually that. And in the heat of the moment like that, that's odd. So it's and also to tell the story of the match and to, do you know what I mean, then like throw over to different segments and all that. I think it's a really hard job. I think that Vic Joseph just makes it look really easy because he's really good at it. Booker doesn't have to do much, does he? Oh, yeah. Shucky ducky whack whack. I could do that. I could do if Booker needs to go to the main roster, I could do that. I'd feel brave enough to step into his shoes, but I wouldn't feel brave enough to step into Vic Joseph's. Right. We are going back to the show. Burger King commercial. Every time I go to Burger King, the food is like warm to cold, said Thomas. Okay. Oh, Canada? Is this Ethan? Happy Independence Day. Amazing. Is it 250 years next year, is it? That's a big one, isn't it? This is pretty fun, actually. We got fireworks and eagles and flags and shocked faces. Okay, he wants to celebrate in Houston. They're really building up this Houston show, aren't they? Oh, there we go. God bless America. Okay, here's Ricky Saints. Yeah, brilliant match. Brilliant match. A lesser man wouldn't be standing here right now. Yeah, he's mentioning Jasper Troy because Jasper Troy did get involved backstage. So he's saying you've picked the wrong place and the wrong man. It's going to cost you next week. So it looks like we're going to get Ricky Saints against Jasper Troy next week. Yeah, I'm not down on that. That'll be okay. There we go, Undertaker, Trick Williams, you disrespect my LFG team, you disrespect me. I'll be in H-Town next week. There we go, Undertaker on NXT next week. Undertaker confronts Trick Williams. Dude, come on. Come on. Imagine if Trick Williams murks Undertaker. Imagine if he messes him up. Mess him up, Trick. Mess him up. Retire that bum. Right, Jasper Troy, Ricky Saints. Tavian, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, hello. What? Yeah, this is just a recap. I thought we were going back to something here that was breaking out, but it was just a glimpse of... Inamura and Briggs and Ober, and it's a triple threat for the NXT Championship next week in H-Town. We've got Blake Monroe against Ren Sinclair next week as well. That'll be fun. So that is who Blake Monroe is going to have her first match against. It's against Ren Sinclair. I don't think that's going to go well for Ren. Masha Slamovich against JC Jane. There's a couple of girls in the background behind Masha. So looks like she might have some backup. Zaya Brooksides. Lee Ying Lee, which I'm guessing was that Zaya Lee. Zaya Brookside and Zaya Lee, the Zayas. They could be called Zion. There's Masha. Let's kick some ass, says Masha. Oh, here we go. Here's Tatum. Okay, so Izzy said, I'm not mad at you at all, Tatum. You're with us now. Oh. Tatum's got an idea. Right, main event time. Main event time. Daze, I went to the historic Bricky Bowl in downtown Hobart, Indiana to see ARW Pro this past Saturday. Well, Carmen Live won. I hope you had a nice time. Did you see Trog? Oh, hang on. I need to watch this because I like the entrance. I like the music. I like this jam. This is a good jam. I like female-fronted stuff, to be honest. I like the bit where it's like... Here we go, here we go. Come here, come here. Yeah, why don't you do that on flipping... This bit. Is that Def Rebel? Is that Def Rebel? Because it's a bit of a bop for me. That I really don't mind that song. If that's Def Rebel, I think they've done something good. They've done something all right. They've done something acceptable. God, I hope not. I still want to hate them as much as I do. Daze, Blake's heel turn was way too quick. She didn't get her payback on Fatal Influence. I was thinking she would have helped Grace get the NXT Women's Championship before turning on her. Thoughts? She's just new, so I don't really have a connection to anything at the moment. Like, I feel like there was loads to explore with her as a face. But because the turn was so quick, I feel like she can go back to being face after. So, I don't know. I mean, I think they've got an idea as to what they want to do with her, and I think that meant basically betraying Jordan. So, really, the face turn was fake. It was fake. I mean, really, you could say she was never fake. She was never face. It was just fake all along. She basically came in as heel, pretending to be nice, so that she could betray and upset someone and, you know, show her true colours. So I've kind of looked at it that way, really. So I think she'll have a face run eventually. But let's see. Because she's new, I have no connection to her. She only had one match. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I think if mentally I'd built up like, oh, okay, so she's face, so she can have this match, that match, and then she's doing this feud and all this, and then we turn her, I'd be like, whoa, hang on, whoa. I wanted to do that and that and that and that and that. But because she's only been in a little bit and had one match, you know, she's about to have a singles debut. I don't mentally. I'm not invested. I don't mind Blake Monroe, but I mean, I just don't even think we've got started. So I'm still looking at her vignettes. I'm looking at her presentation. I'm looking at, you know, all of that, and I just think it's so early. I'm not bothered. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. See what it looks like. Blake said, I've been a fan since I was 11. 7 years. Keep it up, says Blake. Blake, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Yeah, wow, you've really grown up with the channel then. So 7 years ago, that takes us back to 2018. Jeez Louise. Yeah, it's been a lot of change over that time period. A lot of change. We're obviously a lot more stream focused now. But, you know, it's I think it's been good. I mean, it's been brilliant for the channel. I don't know where we would be if we just kept doing what we were doing in the past. But, yeah, that's great. Blake, it's amazing to know that you've stuck with us all this time. Thomas, shout out to you, buds. The funny thing is, I don't get super babyface vibes from Jordan, so her going after Blake might get her booze. That's just a personal opinion, said Dr. Luchalala. Trini said, Blake better be careful out there. Jordan is looking for you. Ethan talking happy that he said, God bless us. He don't because by dog Ricky Saints said God lit Zing Jordan. Blake Monroe as Marilyn Monroe, said Zach. Right, NXT Heatwave, August 24th. That's a long way away. Where did you get the limited edition shirt? I've been trying to find that for years. Where did you get the limited edition shirt? What? Which shirt? Dirty Hippo. What shirt, mate? What shirt? This one. This is Primark. I don't think it's that limited. It's part of their absolutely dirt cheap basic range. Akeem said, I think Def Rebel writes songs in lots and WWE just picks the ones they like. It's not Def Rebel's fault. They've got a lot of ears and thumbs up before it hits the public, says Akeem. Well, there's one I like. Blake, have a great night, buds. Zach said, I've been a subscriber since 2016. 9 years. God, that's crazy, Zach. That's crazy. OG. You're an OG. We've been through loads in that time. Loads. Do you know, I feel like the channel went through more in like 2016, 2017, 2018 than it has since. I feel like since 2019 it's been pretty standard stuff, really. We've streamed and we've done videos and whatever, but I feel like it was like the Wild West for those first few years. That's where you can find some real mixed stuff, good stuff, really. I'm sure there's videos that I just would cringe at now, but it's part of the joy in it. It's part of the journey. As we are underway, let's end that. Let's get the graphics changed, because this is a six-woman tag match. I found out that ARW Pro will be the first NW Indiana wrestling promotion to perform the Hammond Civic Center. They will be there on October the 11th. Let's go. I'm so excited. We're going to see Masha in action. The first company to perform at the Hammond Civic Center. But that's not true. Don't they always flip it? I feel like every time you speak to me that you've seen them at the Hammond Civic Center. Aren't they always there? Is that news? Or is it a new civic centre that's opened up? Have they upgraded it or changed it or built a new one or something? Masha with a big kick. One. Just a one. Oh, we've got a Mexican wave. Hey! I tell you what, you don't see a Mexican wave in the Performance Center NXT much. Right now we got Jasmine, bottom rope, lovely kick. She's really good with her kicks, Jasmine. 1, 2, kick out. Jasmine having a few words there to the referee. She charges over. She goes over by the ropes. Jasmine by the ropes. Masha with a big boot. Oh, that was great by Masha. She kicked out at Jasmine and flipped the bird to the champ. Make the most of your minutes. Right now, Jasmine back in the corner. Jasmine is stepping out as JC steps in and Masha is calling her over. JC about to step in there with Masha Slamovich. Getting in the ring. Big boot there by JC. Roll up there by Masha. Flipping over as 1, 2, no joy. Round the back, crucifix pin attempt, but she goes down. Masha goes over. Duck underneath, against the ropes. JC trying to take Masha over, and she gets it. JC doing okay here. Back elbow, that was nasty, mate. That back elbow. Shoulder up. Oof. Masha definitely feeling this. You'll never be in my division. This is my ring. Shot coming in there by Masha. And again, quick strikes. JC in the wrong part of town, mate. As Masha comes over, back elbow. Here's Zarya. Here is Sol Ruka. Going up, going over. Nice teamwork there by Zaruka. 1, 2. Right now we got Sol Ruka in there with JC. Ava. Ava is in the crowds. Ava's in the crowds with Lexis King. I don't even know why we're doing this. But we're doing this. Lexis is in the crowd and he had earmuffs on. Here we go. A little bit of a surf by Sol Ruka. Crossbody there by Jasmine. She's going to get slammed onto JC. Sol Ruka goes for the cover, but JC kicks out. Crowd are chanting, na, 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 hey, 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 goodbye. JC is stepping up as champion lately, said K-Dub. Not going to lie. Trini said, I'm starting to think that Tony Khan has kidnapped Brony and force-fed him cocaine. That could have happened, actually. Or what if Brony is Tony Khan? Right now, we got Sol Ruka down. Can TNA Impact get $10 million a year for a TV deal, says not JPEG. I honestly, I don't follow it enough to be able to comment. I honestly don't know. Well, wasn't NXT about 30? I think NXT was 27, 30, something like that for CW network. So TNA for 10 doesn't feel... Well, I don't know, actually, because TNA's ratings I don't think are like even half of NXT's. Don't know. Well, they can ask. Can't they? They could try. Shot coming in there by Sol. We're at picture in picture, says Thomas. Daze Undertaker is a legend, said Brony, and he is amazing. But when he's announced for a segment, it doesn't really move me because he doesn't add much to the current product. The intrigue isn't really there, says Brony. That definitely is Tony Khan. That definitely is Tony Khan. That's exactly what Tony would say. Undertaker's on the show next week, but I'm not really bothered. I don't think it's as good as maybe what we're seeing in Ring of Honor. Tony Khan! Tony Khan! Tony Khan! I see through your games. Nice bridge there by Jasmine. No, I mean, I can understand that, you know, I mean, this is not going to lead to his return. I don't expect him to get physical. It's going to be a vehicle for the LFG talent, isn't it? And I think people probably know that. I think people probably know that what we're going to do with The Undertaker is going to lead to, you know, Shiloh coming out, or, you know, it's going to lead to something for the LFG talent. This is to help them, not to help him. But Trick could have a little moment with Undertaker first. I'm intrigued to see what they do. I'm intrigued to see what... But yeah, I mean, is it going to lead to anything really juicy? I don't think so. Boot coming in there by JC. I don't really care about Undertaker showing up. I can't lie. Unless it's like a WrestleMania 40 type spot, said Alex. Right now we've got chin lock applied by JC. Pulling back on the head of Sol Ruka. Sol Ruka getting back up to her feet. Driving JC back in the corner. And again, 6-woman tag, and JC jumping onto the back there of Sol Ruka. Oh, down goes JC. We got 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go. Oh my God, look at them. That was really good. You had Zarya, like, jumping up and down, and you had Masha, like, moshing her head back and forth. It looked like, you could, I tell you what, you could get that clip, put some music to it, some, like, scream metal behind it, and it would look really good. You'd have Zarya doing this, you'd have Masha doing that. That'd be good. Get that clip, get some music behind it, get yourself some likes. Super kick there by JC. Kick coming in there by Jasmine. JC with a net breaker. Down went Zarya. Shoulder up. The Undertaker segment will most likely be Trick talking down to Undertaker, and then the LFG crew will show up and defend him. I agree. I agree. Zach said, my tattoo is going to be on YouTube next Tuesday when it's done. Oh. Kicks coming in. More kicks there by Jasmine. I remember the toy hunt, Toys R Us. R.I.P. Where you found the Kamala and freaked out. Oh, yeah. I was so excited finding that. I don't think, though, I knew those figures were out, to be honest. I think that was a genuine surprise. Finding those figures. Clothesline. And then the review news dancing around. Yeah, I did love that. That was fun. Charging in. I wish there was more of those fun videos on the channel, honestly. Big boot there by... another kick coming in. I think the fun stuff that would be in those kinds of videos, obviously they're in other places. Like, we have fun during the streams, but we have fun in the unseen videos. I tell you what I was thinking of doing. Pulling out the fun segments and just doing, like, a roundup of the week. Just put them all into one. Just nothing but fun. I was thinking of doing like that and just pulling all those out and just putting them into one. Because I think people like the fun folder. I love the fun folder. So there is still fun on the channel. But it just has to be found in other places. But I probably should do like something where I pull all the fun folder stuff out and just give it its own video. Like a weekly roundup or something. Over against the ropes. I think that'd be easy watches. Do you know what I mean? If you're lost for a bit of time, I could see people clicking on that and like, you know, this could be all right. Oh, big knee there by JC. 1, 2, mash it down, but Zarya makes the save. I feel like you can say that about all legends and greats. Maybe except Rock and Austin, said Wrestle Rants. Because most of the time they're drunk, but great on the mic. Jasmine in there. Jasmine's really excited. Oh, spear! Spear by Zarya! Mate, Jasmine was so excited. She was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then she just got murked. Oh my God, Zarya's giving a little shimmy. Here is Tatum. Tatum. Oh, down goes Tatum thanks to Solruka. Zarya collides into Izzy Dame. There's nothing that's... here's Hank and Tank. Hank and Tank. They're going after Sean Spear. Oh, my God. It's absolutely broken down. What a mess. Right now, we got Masha in the ring on her own. Down goes Fallon. Jasmine misses. Kick coming in there by Masha. Masha grabbing JC. Looking to put JC away. What does this mean? 1, 2, 3 for Sunday. What does it mean that Masha has just pinned JC? Does it mean something or does it mean nothing? What does it mean? What does that mean? Masha Slamovich has beaten JC Jane in the main event of NXT just ahead of Slammiversary. Corey Graves said, if that happens on Sunday, we're going to have a new NXT Women's Champion. We do still have TNA Impact. So this might not be the final segment before Slammiversary, but if it was, I don't know that that's a great sign for Masha. I'd be feeling a bit more confident if I was a Masha stan if she had lost here. I don't know. I'm split on it. I'm split. I don't know what that means for Sunday. Are we getting a glimpse? Because she's holding both belts. She has the NXT Championship. She brings it over to JC. JC in the entranceway with Jasmine and Fallon as Masha celebrates. Let's see what happens Thursday, said Robbie. Is WWE really going to monopolize both TNA championships? It's time they give them a dub for the title, said Dr. Luchalala. James said, did you see Saturday night's main event ratings were 1.4? No, I didn't, actually. I didn't. 1.4? I actually don't know how that compares to the other Saturday night's main events. I'm not sure. I mean, that's about in line with the SmackDown they did on Friday. That did 139. Interesting. Let's see what happens Friday. SmackDown, said Zach. Good match, that, says Thomas. Well, let's find out, shall we? Let's do a poll. Dun, 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 dun. Winner take all at Slammiversary. Right. Bye-bye. How is winning a random 6-person tag on NXT to be more significant than her knockout women's title win? It doesn't make sense. Hang on. How is winning a random 6-person tag on NXT more significant win than her TNA Knockouts Championship win? I don't know. Has someone said that's the most significant win of Masha's career? Has someone said that? I didn't even realise that was the main event, said Alex. Main event. That is how we closed out the show. I don't think this week's NXT met my expectations, personally. I sort of feel that it was okay. I feel like there was a bit of lack of wrestling in the first hour. I think it was a very average offering. I think there are many, many episodes of NXT this year that are better than that. But you know what? It's okay. Because it was still okay. It was fine. But I think, did it carry on the crazy vibes of Evolution and Roman returning? No, it didn't, did it? It didn't. Hard act to follow, though, in all fairness. I think NXT massively benefits when Raw sucks. And then the next day, NXT is good. And you go, oh my God, NXT is so good. But when you bring Roman back and you actually have a really good Raw, then all of a sudden NXT, like, this was probably fine. But we've just been spoiled for 2 days. And so by comparison, it just feels like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Bit skippable, I thought. But, well, the Tony Stacks Luca thing is the thing you need to see, I would say. That's the thing you need to see. Other than that, I don't know if there's anything you need to see. But it's fine. Bit of a letdown. Giving it a 6.5, said Jennifer. Steve said, giving both titles, it's a lopsided partnership, in my opinion, says Steve. But there's been too many NXT 9s this year, says Akeem. The men's main event scene is lacking, says Paul. My dog blaming Triple H is the new black. Blaming Triple H is the new black. Hey, this is pretty fun. My mouse is stuck. Oh, it works now. I was going to say, wow, I cannot end the stream. I was like, this is quite the development. My mouse appears to not be working. And if I can't press the button to end the stream, then we're staying here for a long time. But it works now. Daze, Hammond, Indiana's Civic Center opened in 1938. WWE and TNA have both been there, but ARW Pro will be the first Indiana-based promotion to perform there. But haven't they been there before? Carmen Live 1. You're telling me there's a Civic Center that's been open since 1938? Hang on. There's a Civic Center that's been open in Hammond, Indiana since 1938. WWE have performed there. TNA have performed there. And you're telling me that the Indiana-based wrestling company called ARW Pro have yet to perform there? Is that what you're telling me? Because I would argue that's a level of incompetence which is biblical. That is a level of incompetence which is mind-blowing. That there is a civic center in the same area that the wrestling promotion is based in, and it's been open since 1938. And you're telling me they're only just now gonna do it, and they're gonna brag about it. They're actually bragging about it. They're actually gonna say, guys, we're gonna make history. We are the first Indiana-based wrestling promotion that's going to perform at the Civic. History will be... What, you mean the building? The building that's been open since 1938 that WWE and TNA have already performed in? You mean that building? You mean that building? That's the building you're going to brag about that you're playing, yeah? That building. Have I got that right, Carmen Life? Because it just seems mental to me. It just seems mental. But then when I think about it, and I think about how mental ARW Pro are anyway, and all the things we've learnt about them, it starts to make more sense, doesn't it? It starts to make more sense. You start to go, actually, yeah, that is a very ARW Pro move, actually. That's a very ARW Pro thing to do if you think about it, so... I'm very excited to get a follow-up to that. Ben said, YouTube people respond to others, even to people they don't know. I just want to fit in, says Ben. We all do, Ben. We all do. Akeem said, I enjoyed tonight. Taker 1990 said, doesn't Def Rebel do Stephanie and Julia's theme? I would imagine so. I would imagine so. I mean, I'd imagine they're responsible for all the new themes. So, yes, I mean, there may be a little collection of bangers that they have. Carmen said, Daze, ARW Pro, NW Indiana Wrestling, has never performed at Hammond Civic Center, but they have performed at the Morton High School. Well, that's good. Thank you, Carmen, for telling me where they have performed. But apparently they've never been able to crack the giant stage that is the Hammond Civic Center. They've dreamed for a long time of being able to perform there, and people have said there's just no way. It can't be done. There is no way that the local Indiana wrestling company will ever perform at the Indiana Civic Center. And for a long time, it felt like those doors were closed. But very, very soon, history will be made and those doors will be opened. And it is going to be a real celebration. And all I can say, Carmen Live, is I hope you're there to experience it. But I hope you're there to experience it, because history is going to be made. They are going to be at the 20th wrestling promotion to perform at the Hammond Civic Center. And that is something that really is worth celebrating. That is something that needs to be treasured. Can you pull up a picture of the Hammond Civic Center? I need to. We all want to see it. Hammond Civic Center. Let's go. Let's have a look, shall we? So many great pictures. So many great pictures. Yeah. I don't remember this. That must have been a house show. Plumbing, huh? It's pretty crazy, isn't it, actually? The dark days of WWE. Before TKO, when things weren't going as well. There they are at Hammond Civic. There's SmackDown. Look at that. Look at that. Flipping benches. It looks like someone's photo made this up. Look at the little merch stand over there. All these boomers aren't sitting on benches. Mate, these were dark times. These were dark times for WWE. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, is it just like really expensive to hire or something? Why has the local Hammond, Indiana wrestling promotion never played this great venue? What? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't need to understand. I don't need to. That's my problem. I don't need to. All I need to know is it's never happened and it's happening. And it is going to go off, man. There might be a riot. I'm just looking, seeing if there's any other like good images that I can show, but not massively. I think that's probably the best. Yeah. That's probably the best image I can find. There is another one here that just shows you the size of the thing. I mean, you're going to need you're probably not going to fill it, and I understand you're going to need a decent-ish crowd, so perhaps ARW Pro have just never been popular enough, but I find that so hard to believe, because the promotion they've enjoyed on these streams alone over the years, I'd imagine, is sizable. There's no one in our community that's never heard of ARW Pro. So I've got to think they've done some promoting for their own brand as well. But I don't know, there we go. Look, opened in 1938. One of the great wrestling venues in America, the Hammond Civic Center. And ARW Pro goes home. Very emotional. I'm borderline wondering if I should stream it. Very emotional, but hopefully Carmen Live is going to go and can give us a full detailed breakdown report. Daze, what do we think earlier this year was the best crowds? Well, I think the best crowd's going to be the one that goes to Hammond Civic Center, of course. I mean, that's a homecoming, and it's going to go off. There's going to be flares, and I'd imagine, there's borderline that building might get trashed. As really the locals celebrate the fact that ARW Pro have done it, So it's going to be very exciting. I don't know that anything's going to match that energy, but yeah, I think that there were some great crowds. I think Belgium being really good, because I remember saying, we know what France are going to deliver, and we know that Germany are going to be good. I didn't know what to expect from Belgium. I remember Belgium actually going, mate, really kicking off. So yeah, I mean, there were some great crowds on that European tour. I think the UK, London, did itself proud, but to me, nothing has beaten France. Nothing has beaten what we got at that Backlash, and that was obviously the other year. But I think Clash in Paris is I think a lot of people are looking at Clash in Paris as that being something potentially special. The only thing is, have you priced a few people out? I know Hangam High on X, very active. He is based in France. And he was saying not long ago there's no way he can afford to go this time around. I don't know if that's changed, but a little while ago he was saying just no way. It's too expensive now. Again, they've been TKO'd. They've been TKO'd and priced out of it, unfortunately. Carmen said, can you pull up a picture of the Bricky Bowl? I mean, I can, but I don't think people are going to care as much. I don't think anyone dreams of performing at the Bricky Bowl at the same level as they do the Hammond Civic Centre. So, I mean, it's a field. It looks rubbish. No offense, but it looks rubbish. Here is I mean, maybe this is an old picture of the Bricky, but I am going to go soon. We're not just going to look at random pictures of Hammond, Indiana. I mean, look at that. What the hell? Oh, mate, dream venue. It's a flipping field with some absolutely wore-down stands with, like, shrubbery growing in and everything. I think one of these guys is Carmen Live, actually. I think one of those guys is Carmen Live. So there we go. There's the Bricky Bowl for anyone that had any interest. Looks rubbish. Daze, can you show a picture of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium? Since everyone is asking for arenas to be shot. Yeah. Might as well. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Ooh. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Now, listen, Carmen. Yeah? Look at this. No one's interested in the Bricky Bowl, right? Some field with some stupid stands that look rubbish. Flipping, look at this, mate. Now, this is impressive. What? Look at that. Jeez, have you got one of them? Carmen, have you got one of them in Hammond, Indiana? Can ARW Pro do this venue? How about you come back, yeah, Carmen, when ARW Pro are playing the Mercedes-Benz Stadium? How about that? How about that? That's nice. So that is going to be the Atlanta Falcons' new stadium. Wow. Is it built? Is it a thing? Does it exist? Has it been created? Let's have a look. It is broke ground, opened in 2017. Is it a thing? It's got a retractable roof. It was a replace for the Georgia Dome. The stadium is owned by Georgia. In 2016, it cost $1.6 billion. It did open in 2017. Lovely. That is nice. That's a bit of class right there. We've done lots of gigs. Beyonce's been there. Metallica has been there. ARW Pro have been there. Ed Sheeran has been there. Coldplay have been there. Oh my God, everyone's been there. And now we've been there with the power of the internet. Right, there we go. We're done. Thank you to everyone that's joined us. Really appreciate the support as always. Hope you got something out of NXT. Obviously, I'm going to run away, start working on the opinions video, and of course on Unseen. So thanks for watching. I'll see you tomorrow for another member stream, but of course, I'll see you tomorrow for the Evolve stream as well. So, yep, we're back then as we head towards another busy weekend. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.